Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2023 Seoul Diplomacy Forum hosted by the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. My name is Leah Kim with KNDA, and it is indeed my great honor of hosting this auspicious gathering, especially in the year that marks the 70th anniversary of the ROK-U.S. alliance. So thank you very much for your attendance today. Today's forum will also be broadcast live on our official YouTube channel, KNDA Live, and as we are running our channel in English and Korean, please choose your language to follow through today's sessions. Then, without further ado, we will start the 2023 Seoul Diplomacy Forum. First of all, I would like to invite Chancellor Cheol Park of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy for his opening remarks up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chancellor Park up onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Ambassador Bennett, Dr. Sung-han Kim, Dr. Michael Green, Dr. Mireya Solis, and Dr. Katsuto Suzuki, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. As a Chancellor of Korea National Diplomatic Academy, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to all the panelists, speakers, ambassadors, and each and every general audience who willingly participated in this forum despite your busy schedule. I'm so pleased and honored to host the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2023 to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Korea-U.S. alliance. The overall topic of the forum is ROK-U.S. alliance, beyond 70. On this occasion, I'd like to remind all of you again that today's Korea would not have been here like this without the sacrifice and dedication from the members of the democratic community, starting from the United States and all the 17 countries who fought the Korean War together under the umbrella of United Nations Command. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the countries, including the United States, that saved Korea from the communist threat. After the war, Korea remained a war-devastated country with the poor economic performance and the still corrupt political practices. Also, in the beginning of the US ROK alliance, it was just one of the large US alliance networks to stand against the communist bloc. However, Korea has successfully navigated through turbulent global streams with the strong support of the allied United States over the past decades. Korea has grown up to be a democratic, affluent, and globally active partner, which can be proudly presented as a model of the US alliance network. ROK-U.S. alliance showed the most dramatic transformation over the 7 decades, enlarging its scope and the domains of cooperation that goes beyond the Korean Peninsula. Now it stands as a global, comprehensive, and strategic alliance. However, we can never be complacent about the past results and achievements we have made. New unprecedented challenges are confronting us. Most of all, nuclear and missile threats from North Korea present daunting security challenges not only to South Korea and Japan, but also to the United States and other regional powers. To cope with the common security threats from North Korea and beyond, trilateral cooperation among the United States, Korea, and Japan is getting more and more important. There is no doubt that trilateral cooperation among 3 partners would be much more deepened when it is extended to a wider regional landscape, including the Indo-Pacific. How to preserve rules-based international order by taking a united stance against any attempt to change the status quo by force may be critically important to maintain peace and stability in the region. At the Ambassadors Roundtable right after this and the first afternoon session, we are going to discuss the newly evolving alliance and the network of cooperation among countries in the region that goes beyond the Korean Peninsula. How to sustain and level up the alliance network in another 70 years may be the topic of the session. Disruption in global supply chains constitutes another source of challenges to the community of nations. Optimistic expectations that globalization would prevail with the increasing economic interdependence among nations under the banner of a multilateral system faded away. Instead, what you're witnessing today is the securitization of economic transactions. Security interests are increasingly defining the nature of economic trade among nations. Nations are raising the wall of protection for the sake of strategic competition. Whom to work with and what to export and import from and to where have emerged as a topic of strategic discussion among countries. The second afternoon session will focus on the issue closely to see how the trilateral cooperation should be designed and promoted to protect and expand the shared interest of us all. After I assumed a chancellor position at the KNDA, I have renamed this conference as the Seoul Diplomacy Forum. The old name was IFAN's International Conference. By changing the title of the forum, I wanted to highlight the point that this forum should be a venue for discussing global diplomacy at the center of Seoul. So that's why we named it as the Seoul Diplomacy Forum in 2023. Next year, we are going to have a Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2024. So I hope we can have a fruitful, candid, and thoughtful exchange of ideas about global and regional diplomacy on this occasion. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you who are with us today. And I myself will enjoy the whole forum today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor, for your insights and warm remarks. Now we are about to move on to our keynote address. So with that, I would like to invite Professor Sung-Han Kim at Korea University, former National Security Advisor to the President, for his keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Most of all, I would like to thank Chancellor Park for giving me this great opportunity to speak to distinguished participants and excellent audience. As you know, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the ROK-U.S. alliance. According to analects of Confucius, the ancient Chinese philosophical text, at the age of 70, here in Korean it's called kohi. I don't know how to pronounce it in Mandarin. There's nothing wrong with doing what you want. This means the 70-year-old ROK-U.S. alliance has reached the stage there will be nothing wrong even if we do what we want to do. Today, I will briefly talk about what and how we can do to move ahead in the middle of US-China strategic competition. As you may agree, every nation's strategic thought toward its own security is shaped and conditioned by its history and reality. ROK's strategic thought toward the United States for the past 7 decades has been evolving from a blood alliance during the Cold War to a transitional alliance after the end of the Cold War, and to a strategic alliance after the September 11th terrorist attack. As you know, during the Cold War, US allies were confident that the United States would help them out if they were threatened, because it was in Washington's interest to prevent Soviet strategic gains. In this light, the United States and its allies were ready to shed blood when a war broke out, which means the US-led alliances took the form of a blood alliance. Owing to the very nature of North Korea, neither ROK nor the United States had any reason to doubt the resolve of the other. However, the demise of the Cold War enabled Pyongyang and Washington to explore a new relationship very different from the one that had existed during the Cold War period. A new environment emerged in which ROK-U.S. and inter-Korean relations were affected by the emerging diplomatic dynamics between North Korea and the United States. So it turned out to be difficult to define clearly the rationale for the ROK-U.S. alliance. But the September 11th terrorist attack had shaken the foundation of U.S. post-Cold War global strategy. United States moved from a position of protecting its allies to the position of needing their help to win the war on terror. This expanded the nature and scope of the U.S. alliance system. As the anti-terror war gradually took the form of comprehensive anti-terror strategy, the U.S. alliance evolved into a comprehensive one. In this vein, ROK-U.S. alliance had to aim at a comprehensive strategic alliance that would increase South Korea's diplomatic and economic roles at the regional and global levels, even if they dealt with North Korea militarily on the Korean Peninsula. Despite some trial and errors, all of these alliance evolutions show that ROK has successfully adjusted itself to new strategic challenges by transforming and reinventing its alliance relationship with the United States. As I pointed out, there were two historical turning points for the US ROK alliance. One is at the end of the Cold War, and the other one is September 11th terrorist attack. But I want to add another turning point that constitutes an important variable for now and the future of ROK-U.S. alliance. That is US-China strategic competition that was started in 2011 when the Barack Obama administration declared the pivot to Asia, and was accelerated in 2011 when the Donald Trump administration declared a trade war on China. The Trump administration of the United States labeled China as a revisionist power seeking to shape a world antithetical to US values and interests, displacing the United States in the Asia-Pacific region, expanding the riches of its own state-driven economy, and reordering the region in China's favor. Even the Biden administration has inherited Trump's policy toward China and is further elaborating to block the transfer of high tech beyond trade. As a result, China's path to achieving the breakthrough in cutting-edge technologies has faced a kind of a stumbling block. The Biden-Xi summit yesterday was a good news in the sense that they reinstated the communication channels, including the military channel, but they did not show any dramatic diplomatic U-turn for cooperation in the future. In my view, US-China strategic competition could last even until 2050. It is because many experts argue that it takes at least one generation for the winner and the loser to be clearly determined, and the core fields of the fourth industrial revolution, such as AI, IoT, quantum computing, robotics, etc. So, from the perspective of South Korea, US-China strategic competition is a rivalry on who will set the global standard for the fourth industrial revolution. That is why we have come across the issue of expanding the ROK-U.S. alliance beyond the military to economic and technological dimensions. In other words, the question is whether ROK-U.S. alliance can become a global, comprehensive strategic alliance, as jointly envisioned by President George W. Bush and President Lee Myung-bak in 2008. Actually, the global has been added to comprehensive strategic alliance starting the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. Against this backdrop, the US-China strategic competition is putting three strains, if I may, on the ROK-U.S. alliance. The first strain is that US-China strategic competition makes the North Korean nuclear issue more difficult to deal with. During the fire and fury of 2017, China joined resolutions against North Korea at the UN Security Council. Even before that, China was the country who supported 5 UN Security Council resolutions on North Korea that Kim Jong-un requested President Trump to be lifted at Hanoi summit in 2019. But now China, along with Russia, is refusing to adopt even the chairman's statement, let alone the UN Security Council resolutions. It has become even harder to pressure on North Korea. This means ROK and the United States should find a way to persuade China to delink the North Korean nuclear issue from the US-China strategic competition. Otherwise, ROK and the United States, together with other like-minded countries, should come up with more sophisticated ways to put pressure on North Korea without relying on China. In this vein, cyber pressure is needed. North Korea continues its nuclear missile programs with funds obtained by hacking the cryptocurrency market. So cyber pressure is necessary to block this. As ROK US coordination is being activated under the leadership of the United States, North Korea's cryptocurrency hacking activities appear to be slowing down. In this sense, it is expected that cyber pressure will be effective if ROK and the United States work together with Japan, UK, and Germany, who have a high level of cyber capabilities. Furthermore, human rights pressure on North Korea is needed. As North Korean Kim Jong-un regime focuses on nuclear development while ignoring the livelihood of the people, the human rights of North Korean residents are rapidly deteriorating. When North Korean residents become aware of the reality of nuclear development that neglects the people's livelihood, their anger level against the North Korean regime will rise sharply, and the North Korean regime will be seized with fear. Therefore, denuclearization and human rights, which I believe are the two sides of the same coin, will constitute the task that the international community, including ROK-U.S. and Japan, must pursue together. The second strain is that the Sino-U.S. strategic competition is doubling the burden of alliance management on the United States. The reason that the United States still maintains an advantage over China is because U.S. power is based on dynamic economy, preponderant military power, and solid alliance system, unlike China. But the failure to properly manage alliances could result in fatal consequences for the United States. The reason that America's allies have maintained an alliance with the United States despite deep and wide economic cooperation with China is because the United States has played a role, particularly the leadership role, to maintain the so-called liberal international order. However, if the United States only calls for America first and breaks the principles of liberal international order on its own, the problem will become very serious. Moreover, since the United States is reluctant to intervene in international affairs, the gap between the U.S. Power in possession and power in use is increasing. Then global trust in the liberal international order will decline sharply. Of course, no other country, including China, has yet to propose a new order that can replace the liberal international order. But the problem is that if a neo-isolationist or a mercantilist candidate becomes the next president of the United States, the US leadership to maintain the liberal international order will be seriously weakened. In addition, America's allies will be greatly shaken, and Korea will be no exception. If that happens, the United States will have to worry about the so-called alliance transition from the United States to China. In other words, the United States could see a strategic shift in which its allies put more value to their cooperation with China rather than to their alliance relationship with the United States. It is often said alliance transition precedes a power transition from the hegemon to the challenger. Therefore, we can say that ROK-U.S. alliance is entering a very important strategic period over the next year until U.S. elections. The third strain is that growing U.S.-China strategic competition will be working against Korean unification. ROK is likely to see more costs than benefits when U.S. and China intensify their competition on the Korean Peninsula and in Indo-Pacific region. China would try to send its troops into North Korea when ROK and the U.S. try to conduct joint operations to stabilize the North Korean contingency if it happens. When China will do it or not depends on its relationship with the United States, because the North Korean contingency is likely to require close consultation between the United States and China. Considering the less likelihood of US-China cooperation over the Korean Peninsula, a best environment for Korean unification is the situation in which the United States maintains its upper hand position while maintaining its competitive and cooperative relationship with China. The worst environment would be the situation in which power transition from the US to China has taken place, or it is very close to it when an historic opportunity comes for Korean unification. In this case, neither the United States nor China can control the extremely unpredictable situation which might lead to another division of the Korean Peninsula. Despite those strains, the top leaders of ROK and the United States have made a very wise strategic decision. ROK President Yonsei improved relations with Japan, and US President Joe Biden used this opportunity to open a new chapter in the history of trilateral security cooperation between Korea, US, and Japan at the Camp David in August this year. The Camp David joint statement even expressed support for the unification of the Korean Peninsula. The joint statement included the phrase support for a unified Korea that is free and at peace. Unification of the Korean Peninsula signifies the emergence of a unified Korea that shares values with the United States and Japan. As a home to 65% of the world's population, the Indo-Pacific region accounts for 62% of global GDP, 46% of trade, and half of maritime transportation. It is a region with high economic and technological dynamics where key partner countries in future strategic industries, including semiconductors, secondary batteries, and AIs, are located. For this region to move toward prosperity, freedom must be expanded, and peace must be established in this region. ROK-U.S. and Japan, which share liberal democratic values and war views, must play a central role in this region. In this vein, peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region can be promoted by linking the trilateral security cooperation to regional minilateral mechanisms such as Quad, AUKUS, and Five Eyes. There is no reason to reject even China-Japan-Korea cooperation in this strategic linkage. This is because tightly connected minilateral cooperation mechanisms, including US and China, can promote the US-China strategic competition toward a stable, not confrontational direction. Ultimately, an organic network must be established among bilateral cooperation, such as Korea-US, Korea-Japan, US-Japan, and US-China, and minilateral cooperation, such as Korea-US-Japan, Korea-Japan-China, and Quad, and multilateral cooperation, such as APEC and EAS. Only then we will be able to come up with concrete plans for freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region through substantive rather than superficial consultations. As you recall, through several summit meetings, ROK and the United States have drawn up specific directions and action plans to move toward a global comprehensive strategic alliance. Now we need to implement them one by one. Lastly, I would like to add one more point. While it is important for the leaders and elites of our two countries to move in the right direction, it is also important to inform the public of both countries about the strategic value of the ROK-U.S. alliance. This kind of effort may belong to the area of public diplomacy. Actively driven public diplomacy may prevent the leaders with wrong views on the alliance from putting them into practice before they are elected or even after they are elected. In this sense, efforts are needed to convince our two people that ROK-U.S. alliance will contribute to the national interest of both countries. I hope today's discussion will find ways for ROK and the United States to do what they want to do best at the age of 70. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your insightful words, which will definitely help us to move forward the ROK-U.S. alliance with vigor for the next 7 decades. 원장님, 교수님 다시 한번 감사합니다.
Thank you very
이것으로
much.
개회식을
Once again, with
마치겠습니다.
that, we would like to conclude the opening session.
We'll now begin our first session under the theme of Alliance Networks in the Indo-Pacific. This session will proceed in English, so please turn to channel 2 of your receiver for English to Korean interpretation. 이번 세션은 영어로 진행됩니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session will proceed in English. For Korean interpretation, please turn to channel 2.
Introduce Chancellor Cheol Park of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy as our moderator for the session. Chancellor, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. We will start a ambassadors roundtable to celebrate this Seoul Diplomacy Forum. And thank you again for coming to the KNDA to join us to talk about all the issues of concern and then hope. Now we have the pleasure of having Ambassador GOLDBERG, Ambassador FERNANDEZ, Ambassador BENNET at the Ambassadors Roundtable. Thank you for sparing time despite your very busy schedule. We are talking about the overall topic is that alliance networks in the Indo-Pacific, and Ambassador GOLDBERG presents a U.S. view, and then Ambassador FERNANDEZ will present a transatlantic view.
European view.
And Ambassador BENNET will give us a kind of a trans-Pacific view. So we have a kind of comprehensive coverage of talking about the alliance network and the network of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. But as Dr. Kim Sung-han gave a speech, the U.S. ROK alliance is 70 years old, which is quite rare. So the Confucius term 고희 is very rare from ancient times. So it's a kind of remarkable that we kept and developed alliance with the United States for 70 years without any break or any big problems. Of course, we had some troubles, but still we overcame. And then, thanks to the efforts of many people, it has been established as a kind of very model case of alliance with the United States. Now we are expanding the scope of alliance, including the Indo-Pacific. So developing a network of alliance partners and friendly, like-minded countries in the region became a kind of very important topic. So we are going to discuss why do we need it, for what? And what can we do together? That should be the kind of topic of this roundtable. And then we have about 1 hour. So I'm going to give you about 7 minutes for initial remarks for each of you. And then I'll make a follow-up questions. And then I will give individual questions to you. So I will give about 5 minutes for that. And then after follow-up questions, you are going to have a closing remark at the end of the roundtable for about 3 minutes. So, but we can remain very flexible. We don't have a time clock here, so I can remain very flexible about it. So I'd like to ask each of you to make a kind of initial remarks. And then the thing I wanted to hear is that why do we need a cooperative network of like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific? And what can we do together for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region? So, Ambassador GOLDBERG? Yeah.
Thank you to Chancellor Pak, and thanks for arranging this morning. And thanks to Dr. Kim Sung-han for his comments as well. He's not only one of the foremost thinkers on U.S.-Korea relations, he played a huge role in developing the relationship over the past year. So we were very lucky to hear his thoughts, and it's great to share the stage with Ambassadors FERNANDEZ and BENNET, representatives of two great partners, both of Korea and the U.S. And that brings me to today's topic, and you put it very succinctly, Chancellor Pak. Why? What does this do for us? Well, last week, Secretary of State Tony Blinken visited Seoul and emphasized that even as the United States seeks a solution to the Middle East crisis, the Ukraine war, we remain clear-eyed and focused on advancing our interests, our values, and our vision for a free and open, prosperous, secure, and resilient region in the Indo-Pacific. This week also, President Biden is hosting the APEC summit in San Francisco. And during that time in San Francisco, Secretary Blinken hosted the trilateral meeting with the foreign ministers of South Korea and Japan. Through the alliance networks, we share information and cooperate on issues to improve the quality of life and happiness of our peoples. We build strategies to secure a better future and to develop the shared values to sustain a free world and open world. Alliance networks also work to keep us safe. Just look at what like-minded networks did in Ukraine when Russia invaded with the intent to swallow Ukraine whole. The U.S. and its allies and partners work together to supply Ukraine with the military aid and humanitarian assistance it needed to repel the invasion and feed and sustain its people. Today, Ukraine continues to protect its people and defend its freedom, and it does so backed by countries which share the same democratic values as Ukraine. In its time and on the brink of destruction, this like-minded network rose to the occasion and defended Ukraine against authoritarianism and aggression. Those same shared value networks also underpin peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. But we're increasingly seeing a return to aggression and open disregard for international norms occurring here as well. As we're well aware, and as Dr. Kim mentioned, here on the Korean Peninsula, North Korea continues to develop its ballistic missile and nuclear programs in full violation of UN Security Council resolutions. The Kim regime now looks to partner with Russia to vastly modernize its entire arsenal. That's unsettling, to say the least, and requires our networks of alliances and to express the shared values that I mentioned here in this region. First, to deter potential aggression, and second, to work toward denuclearizing the peninsula. We also see an unprecedented increase in the number of PRC aggressive air and sea provocations near Taiwan. The PRC is purposely raising the stakes that could lead to a dangerous situation. We rely on our alliance and partner networks to continue to make clear that we oppose any change to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan has a lot to offer the world, from scientific to technological innovation to cutting-edge medical expertise. And in the South China Sea, the PRC is openly militarizing artificial islands in waters that are not its own. Just last month, the Chinese Coast Guard rammed 2 Philippine ships attempting to resupply an outpost within their own exclusive economic zone. That kind of escalation and attack on a routine supply convoy is dangerous and illegal, as was mentioned in one of the documents we produced at Camp David. in the trilateral framework. And it's unnecessarily the case that it raises the risk of a wider conflict. For all these reasons, alliance and partner networks in the region based on shared values, shared interests, are more important than ever. We must continue to utilize them to calm dangerous situations. Working together, we can publicly call for de-escalation to smooth tensions and persuade countries to abide by international law. We must continue to base our increasing prosperity and economic security around a community of like-minded nations that believe in free trade and enterprise. Trade flows easier through networks of countries with transparent and accountable governance that provide a trustworthy environment for sustainable investment. And if we continue to promote the free flow of people, culture, and innovation through our regional alliance and partner networks, we'll see greater understanding between our countries. We all want the same thing: peace and prosperity. And most importantly, we must find new ways to cooperate. Korea, the United States, and Japan are in the process of doing that now. After the three leaders met at Camp David in August, we've already seen a boom in trilateral cooperation. From security to economics to cultural exchanges, the Korea-U.S. Japan trilateral network is supplementing the existing networked infrastructure of like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific. Let me just highlight a few specifics. It's not an alliance, the trilateral framework. It's a grouping of countries which share similar values and aspirations for their people, recognizing that our most prosperous future lies in working together. Here in Korea, our trilateral cooperation is building shared capabilities to better detect and track North Korean ballistic missiles to keep people safe. Trilateral military exercises are increasing our ability to respond to any regional contingency, and that benefits everyone. To secure prosperity in Korea and the region, our trilateral partnership builds supply chain security, protects disruptive technologies, and increases scientific collaboration. We're collaborating to provide healthy and sustainable development assistance to emerging countries. Last month, we held the first trilateral development and humanitarian assistance policy dialogue to kickstart our assistance coordination. And we'll hold the first annual trilateral youth forum in Wooseon next year to extend the trilateral feeling to our young people. There's a lot more, but I don't want to put you all to sleep, even though it's early in the morning. My point is this: cooperative networks of like-minded countries based on our shared values, our economic interests, are key to maintaining peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. And it's also truly remarkable to see how our alliance has prospered over the last 70 years. As you all know, it began as a mutual commitment to our shared defense and security, but today it's something much wider and broader, that global strategic comprehensive alliance that Dr. Kim mentioned. We've refined our shared security into a truly global partnership. Beyond conventional security, our alliance addresses the full spectrum of emerging issues, whether that's climate change, supply chain security, new tech like AI, that's changing how we live and work. Economically, our two countries are deeply intertwined. The U.S. is among Korea's largest trade and investment partners because our people see the mutual benefit in our bilateral relationship. And we're seeing joint ventures and new investment rushing across the Pacific in both directions. And in people exchanges, hundreds of thousands of Koreans have studied in the U.S. over the years, and Korea remains the third largest sender of students to higher education in the U.S. What I was mentioning earlier about the trilateral framework to which we are now embarked, the key to understanding this are the overlapping security and economic partnerships and alliances that exist in the region, whether it's AUKUS, the Quad, the trilateral, our bilateral alliances with Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Thailand, our good friends in Australia and New Zealand, which join us also in the Five Eyes. And we're embarked on a whole new areas of cooperation in cybersecurity, in the use of space, crisis management and humanitarian assistance, health security, and climate change mitigation. So I think that shows that this goes well beyond just the alliance here on the peninsula, which was originally formed to protect and defend against aggression. It is that global partnership. The world, I think, can count on American and Korean businesses and industries to make progress in all kinds of areas, including the new digital economy, biotech, quantum physics. And we need that private sector input, and that's part of our shared values. That's how we can get things done. It's not just government to government. It's also people to people and business to business. We just last week held the ROK-U.S. Space Forum, where we're enlarging our global partnership into a universal partnership in space. And we're committed to bringing other countries into that as well. So I'll stop with that. Thank you very much, Chancellor Park, and on to Ambassador FERNANDEZ, I think.
Thank you, Ambassador GOLDBERG, for your wonderful initial remarks. Listening to you, you have a comprehensive coverage of areas of cooperation between Korea and the United States in a larger landscape. I wonder if is there anything that we can you excluded? Almost all the areas are areas of cooperation, so many things are covered already. So, Ambassador FERNANDEZ, European view?
No, thank you very much, Chancellor Park, and I'm very happy to be here with colleagues and so distinguished guests to put a bit the Indo-Pacific back in the agenda. I mean, despite all the enormous huge challenges we all have in conflicts, both in the Russia illegal aggression to Ukraine, but now conflicts in the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific continues to be certainly a key strategic area and of strategic importance to all of us. And to many of the countries that I see here represented as well. Why? Because it has truly emerged as a center both of economic growth for the whole world, but also of intense geopolitical competition. Did you know that every day 2,000 ships transport goods from the Indo-Pacific to Europe? This is every day. So therefore we need and we want a stable, a peaceful, a secure Indo-Pacific region. We have, as Europeans, a big stake here, but it has to be rule-based, international order, open market, and ensuring a stable trading environment, because more than half of European trade comes from this side to the other, and I think it's for all of us here as well. It's therefore vital for Europeans' prosperity. But not only that, as Ambassador GOLDBERG mentioned, the Russian aggression and the war in Ukraine is not a Western war. This is not the West against the rest. I think we all have a stake. This is about shared security. What happens there, what happens also in the Middle East has an impact here, and therefore what will happen, and then growing tensions both in the Korean Peninsula, in the Taiwan Strait, and certainly in the South China Sea, as we see, have a very important impact in our economies, in our society, in our prosperity. So this is very important. These are already a lot of reasons for why we have to maintain our engagement. This is about United Nations principles. If you take possible, the tensions on the Korean Peninsula, this is about non-proliferation regime. This is about United Nations Security Council resolutions not being abided to. If you see South China Sea, this is is about UNCLOS. This is about our principles, not West principle. This is about all of us, and we have a big share. But there are other common challenges that we will see in the Indo-Pacific here. This is about supply chains being stretched. This is about inflation destabilization. This is about food insecurity, energy insecurity. Now we weaponize everything, and therefore food, energy, trade is being weaponized, so it affects all of us. This is about disinformation, a very important point. There is a lot of fake news, disinformation going on, and we need to really stand for it. This is about cyber threats and climate change, and our health of the oceans, and the health of our people, and the future generations. So there is a very big, all the global challenges, as I said, need to be addressed together. And with like-minded partners, and there are many of them in the Pacific, we see this alliance, as Philip was mentioning, but certainly growing interest to work together. What we are offering to the Indo-Pacific, Europe's offer is very clear, is a long-term engagement, stepping up our engagement with partners in the Indo-Pacific, together with partners who have also an Indo-Pacific strategy, like the US, come and invite them to join, to dialogue, to deepen our partnership in all the palette of cooperation that Philip was mentioning. We have it as well. But it's an issue to act together and try also to reach to everything. I think we, in this world of disorder, where there are different actors and different, also in the Pacific, we need to listen. We need to listen more to other partners, and we need also to try and bring their interest into account, getting closer to each other. And here we have in the Indo-Pacific very important partners, looking at India, Indonesia, ASEAN countries. We have to listen more. And Korea is very well placed, because Korea has a lot of very close links with all Asian partners. New Zealand, there is a lot of intra-Asian trade going on, which is increasingly even more that they have with us on the other side of the world. So we need to pay attention to this. This should be a two-way relationship, a two-way cooperation. And we need to bring and to promote more these universal values and this rule-based order, which is an order that we have all been created and that has certainly served very well today. So this is not about a different order that some countries, including China, want to put on the table. I think we need to get together and defend what we have, an order that is not from the West, is from all of us. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Fernandez. One comment was very interesting to me, that many Korean people have some kind of conception that Korea is encircled by great powers, so we are switched in between. But you said that Korea is well placed in the world, so I wanted to elaborate your point later, yes, why you think so, because that's a kind of very different from the ordinary Korean's view. So I will ask the question later after the round. Ambassador Bennett?
Thank you. Ngā mihi mahana ki o koto katoa mai I tuku whenua o Aotearoa. New Zealand ril te piohe in Satarimnida. Moderator, tēnā koutou katoa, Yorobun, Annyeong Hashimnika. I bring you all warm greetings from my home country of New Zealand in Te Reo Māori, which is the indigenous language of New Zealand. And thank you to Chancellor Park and to the Korean National Diplomatic Academy for organizing this forum. So on the subject of alliance networks in the Indo-Pacific, I have two key points to make. The first being about New Zealand's place in the Indo-Pacific. We are anchored in the Pacific. We are in and of the Pacific, obviously. So the Indo-Pacific is our wider home region. It's where our essential economic and security interests are grounded, and so what happens in this region in the Indo-Pacific is obviously very important to us and to our Pacific neighborhood and to our prosperity and security. And I'll just explain a bit more about that later. But the second key point that I will be making is that New Zealand, in terms of classic security alliances in the technical sense of the term, we only have one. We have one alliance with Australia, a formal alliance, Australia also being our closest partner across the board, geographically and in many senses. But New Zealand believes very much, as Ambassadors GOLDBERG and FERNANDEZ have said too, in working together with partners and making not alliances in the strict sense of the term, but partnerships and networks of partners that we work with. And in that sense, Korea, the US, the EU are all very valuable partners to New Zealand. And this partnership approach, I think, goes right back to when New Zealand participated in the Korean War as part of the UNC forces under one flag. We've always believed in the partnership approach. So just back to the Indo-Pacific, statistics about the Indo-Pacific's importance have been mentioned already. On top of that, from the New Zealand perspective, 15 of our top 20 export markets are in this region, and 80% of our exports are to the region. So as well as being the place where we live, it's also economically very important to us. And unfortunately, as people have mentioned, it is also increasingly the focus of global strategic competition and tensions. There are several worrying potential flashpoints in the region, including very close to here. And that, of course, is very concerning to us. The way that New Zealand sees the evolution of global relations and world affairs at the moment, we see that the sort of peace and prosperity and assumptions that have underpinned our foreign policy for decades are now changing. We see three big shifts in particular. The first big shift that we see is a shift from rules to power, where more and more the existing rules and norms of the international system, which have served us all very well, are being increasingly challenged, often eroded, and all too frequently, unfortunately, disregarded. There are some countries that are exercising hard power, testing the limits of the rules-based system, which never works very well for a small country like New Zealand. The rules have served our interests very well, so it's uncomfortable for us to see this shift from the rules to a power-based approach. Another shift that we see is a shift from economics to security. In the region, diplomacy for a very long time has focused on economic exchanges, but now more and more we're seeing sort of a diplomacy and a foreign policy exercised in the region through the lens of power and security rather than through economics. And third, we see a shift in sort of growth away from an efficiency approach towards a resilience approach. This is shown, for example, in economic decision-making being no longer about sort of just-in-time economics, but now just-in-case, with a lot of resilience built in. So all of these big shifts are playing out in the Indo-Pacific, and geostrategic competition in the region is sharpening, driven primarily by China's rise, which is generating uncertainty, promoting strategic anxiety, and leading to this very securitized approach to regional challenges. And New Zealand, like many other countries in the Indo-Pacific, has benefited a lot from the past decades of security, stability, prosperity. And across the region, for example, hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. That's a good thing. And we are deeply committed to supporting continued prosperity, security, and stability in our region. And the question is just how to do that now. So in choosing our way forward, New Zealand has some key principles that we like to focus on, and I'll just run through 6 of them. I think they're shared by most of us, or all of us here. The first of these key principles is respect for international rules. So New Zealand aims always to act very consistently with international law that covers, for example, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, trade rules in the WTO, international rules around freedom of navigation and overflight. The second principle is openness. We want our region to remain open for trade, for investment, and for the movement of people. And we see that as being key to supporting prosperity and keeping open vital supply chains in the region. Thirdly, we believe in inclusivity. So we want all like-minded countries in the region to participate in addressing the region's challenges. And we believe in working with the widest possible set of partners, bringing together all of those that share a genuine commitment to resolving challenges that we all face. The fourth principle is sovereignty. Sovereignty must be upheld and respected. The fifth is transparency. We would like to see all states being honest about their foreign policy objectives and especially initiatives that go beyond their borders. And the sixth and final of these principles I'm going to run through is regionalism and effective regionalism. And we believe in and support ASEAN centrality and PIF centrality. I'll say a little bit more in a little while about that. So just back to networks and alliances. As I said, we have one formal ally, but we're very keen to work with many like-minded partners in the region that share our vision and our values. And the Republic of Korea is one of those partners, and a very close one, just as the US and the EU are as well. And when we look through those fundamental principles that I just ran through, we see quite a substantial overlap between the approach of New Zealand and Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. For example, we both have a shared commitment to ASEAN centrality. We both place a lot of importance on inclusivity and transparency. And we both support international rules and economic cooperation, aiming for fair and open markets. And of course, here on the Peninsula, New Zealand continues to support Korea by participating in the United Nations Command forces. We have 12 of our New Zealand Defence Force people deployed to the UNC. And as I said, we also believe in effective regionalism and working with multiple partners where we can. In the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN has been the centre of many past successes. It has maintained stability in the Indo-Pacific for over half a century. And the gritty challenges that we face today and that the next generation face are also regional and global, and so we support the continued and proven regional architecture of ASEAN as being very central to how we address all of these challenges. And then turning closer to home, New Zealand obviously has a special relationship within the Indo-Pacific to the Pacific region, which is really our close neighbourhood. And in the same way as ASEAN is central to the Indo-Pacific more widely, we see the PIF, the Pacific Islands Forum, as being very central to the Pacific. We were very pleased to see in the first Korea-Pacific Leaders Summit earlier this year that Korea recognised also the importance of the PIF and included the wider PIF membership in that discussion. We look forward to more discussions in that forum with Korea. So I guess I'll finish there just to say that again reiterate those points. We have one formal alliance, but we believe in working with lots of partners. We have big challenges in the region. We want to work with as many partners as we can, and working with all of those that share a genuine commitment to resolving our joint challenges. This is what we consider to be our network of alliances in the Indo-Pacific. And we think working through those networks will build a safer and more prosperous world for all of us. Moderator, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Yes, thank you.
The one expression you used hit my mind, and then I wanted to know more about it. So kind of you differentiated a alliance approach and then partnership approach, and New Zealand takes a partnership approach. So later I wanted to hear your elaborated explanation about partnership approach. We have an alliance approach and partnership approach, but is it really different? So I wanted to know, and I wanted to hear your view later. Yeah, we had the first round of initial remarks, and I wanted to ask you an individual question. First to Ambassador GOLDBERG. This is the 70th year of the US-Korea alliance. 70 years old by human standard is getting old. But very interesting thing is that the alliance between us seems to be getting much more younger, getting resilient as time goes by, getting widely connected than before. So it's very interesting that as you're getting older, the scope of cooperation is getting much more resilient and wider. So how do you assess the kind of the past 70 years of alliance between the United States and Korea, and then if there is any challenge remaining between us? You already talk about the common sources of threat in the region, but the kind of because of the complex changes of the world, the new challenges are coming up. So it's not just one. So whether we can cope with all the challenges altogether, maybe a kind of another thing that we have to address. So, but first of all, I wanted to hear your overall assessment of the past 70 years of our alliance between the two countries.
Well, I just hope that as I approach the age of 70 that I'm getting younger also, just like the alliance. I think that the expansion of our relationship also has to do with the dynamism of Korea and what's happened here, especially over the last 40 years, but also the 70 years, the 40 years being the huge economic expansion, the miracle on the Han, the ability of Korea to, as we say, punch above its weight. You mentioned earlier a feeling that the old statement about Korea being a shrimp between two whales, I like to say, well, Korea is now a big fish and plays a big role in the world and can play a big role, and it's taking up that challenge. So that's a new aspect of the relationship based in large part because of the tremendous progress that's been made here economically and in so many areas of culture, the explosion of Korea on the world scene. And so we've harnessed that, I think, in our bilateral relationship, in our trilateral relationship, and in every other way. I think one of the things that we need to do, and maybe do a better job in doing, is explaining to the people of all our countries exactly why this benefits them. And what is it that is important about these alliances? And quite frankly, the revitalizing alliances and partnerships has been the centerpiece of the Biden administration's foreign policy. And it's been, I think, particularly successful here in this region, also in Europe, in part spurred by the Ukraine war, or Russia's war on Ukraine. But we have initiatives that may not seem apparent to people at the moment. But when we talk about rules through an Indo-Pacific economic framework, it's going to benefit people. A mineral security partnership so that we're not held hostage to economic coercion, which also includes having supply chain awareness and early warning systems. The U.S. is a Pacific country, and we want to be part of this move. Don mentioned also, the regional groupings and the centrality of ASEAN in Southeast Asia, but throughout the region. And APEC, which is taking place right now as we speak in San Francisco. All of these groupings are large multilateral frameworks which also help us to interact and be able to press the issues of partnership and alliances. So I do think that we are entering a new dynamic phase in our bilateral relationship. You mentioned the 70 years, and that's what we're working on. That's our charge from our two leaders that was made through the Washington Declaration, through President Yoon's state visit and the joint statement, all of that work plan, and it's extensive and it branches into all aspects of our relationship.
Thank you, Ambassador Fernandez. The European Union is actively engaging in the Indo-Pacific. So we see the presence of European unions increasing in the region. And what makes the European Union engage in the region so actively? I think getting more active than before. So what is the kind of the driver of that, the strong engagement in the region? And I wanted to hear your view about the kind of the previous questions I raised. So why Korea is well placed?
Well, first, as I said, we have all a stake both in our security, but also to see a stable, secure, rule-based Indo-Pacific. What we are offering there, as you said, is first more strategic investment in the Indo-Pacific. This is about, we have a big project, the Global Gateway, 300 billion euros of cooperation infrastructure. This is about hydropower investment. This is about railways, about ports, about digital cables, about solar energy, metro in Jakarta, connectivity, partnerships with India, with Japan. So very concrete projects that we are doing together with not only bilateral with Asian partners, but together with our Asian countries. This is also about security partnership. I speak about more partnership than alliance here, because in Europe we speak more about a concrete partnership, which can be to a country or to various countries in one sector. Look at security partnership we want to develop with Korea, with Japan. This means maritime presence. You see more European vessels, military vessels around these waters, even in the port of Busan or in the port of Incheon, looking at preserving the freedom of navigation, the United Nations principles in the case of sanctions, for example, to North Korea. This is about also Korea and other partners coming with us to other theaters in the world where we have missions, where we have civil and military missions to work together. Look what Korea did in Atalanta, this very big operation we organized in the coast of Somalia against piracy. It was a full success, but it was not only Europeans. We had a lot of partners contributing to this. This is about cyber threats, counterterrorism, hybrid threats, transnational crime. So tailor-made security partnership with some countries. Take digitalization, digital partnerships we are doing with Japan, Singapore, Korea. The importance of setting digital standards, as we said, the importance to collaborate in many of the areas that Philippe mentioned, artificial intelligence, quantum, 5G, supply chains, resilience, all of this is very, very important. We have trade and technological councils with the US, a very important framework that we have to discuss trade and technology, but also we have one with India, for example, in this area. And this is about also green partnership, the green transition. We have there we call it alliance, the Green-Blue Alliance with the Pacific. So our engagement with PIF is very important. This is to help all of us into the carbon neutrality goals, into the Paris Agreement goals, into net zero carbon for 2050. We have partnership with Korea on green as well. So there is a big palette of cooperation. Look, and what I say, Korea has slowly but intensively developed a very close partnership with many Asian countries. Perhaps with the goal of diversification, but certainly looking also to critical raw materials access as well. We have them in ASEAN. Look at what Don was referring to, the Pacific Island Summit that they organized, so the link to Pacific Islands with India, with very particular ASEAN countries, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. When I was posted in Malaysia, I saw so many of Korea investment and contacts come into the country. When I am posted here and I speak with all my ASEAN colleagues, they are so very busy because they are receiving delegations all the time, and this is because they are very close links. So through them, we need to reach out to countries like Indonesia, like India, because sometimes they also want to understand better what we mean and what we say and what do we want to offer. So these are working together, and Korea reaching out to those partners, also defending universal values and universal interests. I think this is very important. It has to be as much as this group of network of partners defending universality, multilateralism is very important. The Pacific is called in Spain Pacífico. And do you know what that means? That means calm, peace. So that's what we want to see, a space of peace and prosperity, Pacífico. That's why it was called, because when they found the Pacific Sea is very calm compared to the Atlantic. So that's why it was called Pacífico.
Well, thank you.
Hope we can find that.
Thank you, Master Fernandez. Ambassador Bennett, I want you to hear your view about the ideas about this the partnership approach shortly. And then, even though you take a partnership approach, New Zealand is a member of the Five Eyes network. Mm-hmm. So I thought that we have only 2 eyes, but 5 eyes. So well, I think we can add more eyes. But what is the kind of a specific role of the 5 eyes that you're watching together? And how does it contribute to the peace and stability of the region?
Right, thank you. Well, so on the distinction between alliances and partnerships, you'll have to excuse me, I'm a lawyer by training, so words matter. And I was aware I'd be speaking to a room full of technical experts who might make a distinction between a formal security alliance based on treaty obligations and partnerships of like-minded partners working together. So it's in that very technical sense of a treaty-based security alliance. We have the one with Australia, but we have many, many partnerships of different forms with different countries and groupings of countries, either based issues by issues or like-mindedness. So the Five Eyes is a good example. The Five Eyes is not an alliance. It's not treaty-based. It's a partnership. And it's a very vital partnership for New Zealand. We get a lot of benefit from it, and I believe that we also contribute a lot of benefit to our partners through it. It's a framework, basically, a framework partnership for cooperating across sort of intelligence, police, border security, defense, cyber, and other security-related portfolios. But sort of with the partners of the Five Eyes, maybe not under the Five Eyes umbrella, but with the same people, the fact is we share a lot of values. We're very good friends, we're very good partners, we share many, many values, including liberal democratic values and respect for the rules-based order, and so we end up doing a lot of things with those 5 countries, or with those 5 countries and other countries, or with subsets of the 5 countries. So the Five Eyes partnership is very important to us, but the countries within the Five Eyes partnership are also important in their own right, if you see what I mean, not just under the umbrella of what we call Five Eyes.
Great. Ambassador Goldberg, I have one additional question I wanted to ask you. In the beginning of the comments that despite a crisis in the Middle East and in Ukraine, U.S. is also trying to develop very strong ties with Asian countries, including South Korea, but there is a kind of a concern among the kind of some intellectuals in Korea that we have already 2 crises in the Eastern Europe and the Middle East. What if there is a kind of a crisis or contingencies in the region? Can the United States they extend its trans network to the region to secure Korea and other countries at the same time? There's a very short question, but
You'll be unsurprised to hear my answer, which is we can handle it. We can handle multiple crises at the same time. In the midst of the crisis in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine, we had visits last week from Secretary Blinken, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, from Secretary Austin, who spent 3 nights here on both bilateral, trilateral, and UN command issues. So yes, we can certainly handle that. I don't need to tell this audience, and it's certainly not a boast, that we have the most powerful military in the world, the most powerful economy in the world, and we can handle all kinds of different issues at the same time. And our commitment here is both exemplified by those visits last week, but also more substantially in the constant flow in the context of our bilateral alliance of strategic assets. We have another aircraft carrier group that will be here shortly. We've had repeated visits from those aircraft carrier groups. B-52 has been here and landed here for the first time in many years. The same is true of a nuclear class submarine, which hadn't been here for 40 years. So again, we have tremendous assets on the security side, but we also have the ability on the diplomatic side to engage and further our mutual interests. And that is not at all diminished by other issues at the moment.
thank you. I'm relieved a lot hearing your comments. As time is running out, I'll just kind of turn over to the kind of closing remarks from each of you. That the kind of the thing that I wanted to get is that U.S. and Korea maintained 70 years of alliance and very soundly. And then if there is any aspect that should be improved further in the future, is there is an area that we can cultivate better and more, and also to other ambassadors, and how can the network of cooperation among like-minded countries in the region be upgraded? Is there any area to seek more and then cultivate a little bit more in the future? That's the kind of the last comments I wanted to hear from each ambassador. Should we begin from?
Sure, thank you. Well, I would say in terms of upgrading our alliances, sort of the top 2 things that I think we should focus on upgrading are sort of the respect for the rules-based order and working together on that, and working through established regionalism. So I'd really like to see us continue to focus on ASEAN and PIF and working through those structures that work. But just to add to that, I'd also say that we can complement what we all do regionally and in groupings by deepening our bilateral relationships with different countries, so that then when we need to, we can work with those like-minded partners. And that, of course, is what we all do. That's what diplomats are for, right? That's why we are here as ambassadors. And so I think that's what we should continue to do, deepen our bilateral relationships so that we can work together and find points of common ground to address shared challenges.
Okay, Ambassador Fernandez.
Well, I think I would not speak, it's not an issue of upgrade here. I think we are all going, all the countries, through a very big digital and green transition of both our economies and societies that requires a lot of technological and innovation. We are all competing for technological leadership. So we really need to work more closely, because that also has a very big security dimension. As Tom mentioned, this is about I said a world shares security, but everything is now interlinked. You cannot separate economy from security. You weaponize everything. So let us work together to reach out to as big a number of partnership as possible, not limited to like-minded. I don't like the like-minded word. I use it very little because I think we need to be able to reach out to a bigger group and try to defend the rule-based international order, which needs reforms, yes, but on the basis of principles that we all share and are the basis of a possible, coexistence between nations and regions.
I usually tell my friends that I can have meals with the different-minded people, but I drink with the like-minded people. Ambassador Goldberg.
I think Ambassador Fernandez touched on something that's very important as we move forward in this technologically new era of artificial intelligence. We need to work together. We need to set rules. We need to adapt to changes on that front. It's interesting that maybe one of the most important summit meetings that President Yoon will have in San Francisco was the one he had with Tim Cook from Apple yesterday. and that shows you the way, the important way the world is going. And there are issues that we can work on together as a global community. Climate change and health security, food security, all of those issues are ones that the allies and partners that we have in this region can be central to resolving. And that's why we look at the 70-year mark of our alliance to South Korea to put its weight also behind, as it's doing, as the GPS, the Global Pivotal State, suggests. And so that's the whole idea of galvanizing these alliances and partnerships for the greater good and for the, as I mentioned earlier, the peace and prosperity of our peoples.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your wonderful contributions to the Roundtable and very insightful comments. I myself learned a lot. And once again, I sincerely appreciate your participation in the Roundtable at the Seoul Diplomacy Forum, despite your very busy schedule. So please join me in giving them a big round of applause. I'd like to see all of you again at the KNDA, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Park and ambassadors, for your thought-provoking discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to conclude session 1. And the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2023 will resume at 1:20. So please come back to the channel at 1:20 for another round of stimulating discussions. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are about to begin session 2 under the theme of ROK-U.S. Alliance, Korean Peninsula and beyond. This session will proceed both in English and Korean. Please use the receiver and tune it to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. 이번 세션은 영문 또는 국문으로 진행될 예정입니다. 영어 통역은 채널 1번, 한국어 통역은 채널 2번으로 들으실 수 있습니다. Now, I would like to introduce the moderator of this session, Professor Jung-hoon Lee, Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies at Yonsei University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jung-hoon Lee. I teach at Yonsei University. It's 1:20, and we really had a full very dynamic morning session. Had a really nice long lunch, and we're back in this auditorium, nice and cozy and warm, so don't fall asleep. I promise you that it will be, we'll try to follow up on a really nice dialogue that we've had in the first session, the ambassadorial dialogue. And we'll carry on basically on this theme of US-ROK alliance, the state of things, and also what needs to be, I mean, it's not perfect, nothing is perfect in life. There are rooms to be worked on, even as good as the alliance looks at this juncture. And to discuss these issues, we have three outstanding panelists. We're missing one, but he's coming. To my left, let me give an introduction of the panelists first. To my left is Michael Green, who is the CEO of the United States Studies Center at the University of Sydney. He was, of course, he's very well known in Korea, along with Victor Cha, as sort of like a mainstay at the Washington Circle, CSIS, and also a faculty member of the Georgetown University. But now he's in Australia. And he is also a former senior official at the National Security Council, particularly dealing with Asia policy, Northeast Asia, during the George W. Bush administration. So let's give him a nice round of applause first. And to his left is Professor Cheol, who is an in-house faculty member of the IFANS. He formerly, before joining the IFANS, also taught at the School of American and International Studies at Ramapo College of New Jersey. And Professor Che's specialty is in military security, foreign affairs, dealing with US-China relations, US policy towards Northeast Asia and East Asian political, security, and foreign affairs. Let's give him a nice round of applause as well. And the third panelist, Dr. Shin Beom-chul, who is actually on his way here from Cheonan. As you may all know, that he just recently stepped down from deputy ministership of the defense ministry to run again at his hometown, Cheonan, Cheonan-si of Chungcheong-namdo. He ran there in 2020. I was there to support him 4 years ago, but he didn't make it. So let's hope that he does this time around. He is on his way, but he'll be about 15, 20 minutes late. But I'm just gonna give his introduction in advance so that we don't, get sort of like interfered in the middle of our discussion. He's not here, so you don't have to give him applause. Okay. Now, well, how I'll do this is I'm just gonna, ask you the current state of U.S.-Korea, U.S.-ROK alliance relations. It was already talked about quite a bit in the morning session, but your overall view in less than 5 minutes. And then, I have a bunch of questions that I'd like to just very freely exchange with you in a conversational manner to talk about the alliance, but not just on the specifics of what's going on, but what areas possibly needs to be worked on to make it even stronger than it is today. So let me turn to you, Michael, first to get your feedback on the state of things in Korea-ROK alliance.
Well, thank you very much, and it's so nice to be in Seoul and back at KNDA. And I've been living in Australia for the last year and a half, and it's a very unusual feeling to be at a conference in Korea in a panel after lunch and not be sleepy, because I have no jet lag. It's a long flight, but it's only 2 hours difference, so we'll keep you awake. I think the U.S.-Korea alliance is in very strong shape, but still has some risk. If you put it in historical context, this alliance has had some very perilous moments. One can remember the famous Atchison line in January 1950 when the US put Korea outside of the defense perimeter in the early Cold War, or when Jimmy Carter ran for president on a promise to pull troops out of Korea. And even when I was in the White House, although President George W. Bush and President Oh Moo-hyun eventually forged a good relationship, ideologically they were very different, and it was a very hard job, frankly, working with people on both sides to keep this alliance together. And compared to some of these earlier periods, we're in such a strong position. We're democracies, so public opinion matters, and in some polls, 90% of the Korean public support alliance with the US, highest ever. In the US, in polls, when Americans are asked, should the US defend Korea, Chicago Council polls finds 65% say yes. That's a very high number. My center in Australia does polling of the American public about alliances. And when Americans are asked, does our alliance with Korea make the American people safer? Usually about 40% say yes. Most Americans think the alliance is necessary for the US to defend Korea. But after the Ukraine invasion, when Americans were asked, does the alliance with Korea make America safe, 60%, almost 2/3 said yes. We need Korea to be secure because that makes us secure. The Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy mentions allies and partners 33 times. It mentions China 4 times. So very, very strong support. And in particular, the weak point in US ROK alliance over the last decade has been Indo-Pacific, has been working together on regional security and shaping the regional environment. And with the Yoon government's Indo-Pacific strategy now, that missing piece is being filled in, and there's alignment. But I worry about domestic politics a little bit in both countries. I'm frequently asked, what would Donald Trump do if he becomes president? Most people who know him say he will propose pulling troops out of Korea. He's not Xi Jinping. The US government has a Congress. When President Trump wanted to move troops out of Korea back in 2018, Republicans, his own party in Congress, blocked him, wouldn't pay for it. So I don't think we have to worry about a scenario where one person permanently changes the alliance, but it would be very rough, and there would be a lot of internal fighting within the US system if that happened. And similarly on the Korean side, I think that the Indo-Pacific strategy of the Yoon government is very, very well regarded in not only the US, but in Australia, as you heard earlier, in New Zealand, in the EU, in Japan, and in India. But the opposition party in the National Assembly does not fully support it. It's pretty obvious. There are voices that are very critical of the Japan part, even critical of the Australia part. So domestically, there are actors who are not completely joining the majority view. And I think for scholars, for diplomats, for politicians, we should do our best to try to incorporate and bring in those remaining views that are still not fully on board with the vast majority of the public and of politicians in both countries.
Thank you, Michael, for that. Oh, and as I'm getting older, I get very forgetful, and I forgot to acknowledge Chancellor Park Tae-ri and the Korea National Diplomatic Academy for holding this forum. I think it's most timely and very, very helpful, and it was very, very interesting, the morning session. So I'm honored to participate in this. So congratulations and thank you. Now I'll turn to Dr. Che. Maybe like less than 5 minutes, your take
네, 저는
on the state of
한국말로
things.
하겠습니다. 네.
I will speak in Korean. Overall, I think until very recently, the Korea-U.S. alliance was at risk, and one of the biggest reasons was, as mentioned by Dr. Green, was that there was a discrepancy in terms of certain policies pertaining to the Indo-Pacific region and other areas. But recently, the Korea-U.S. alliance, I think, has gotten back to where it was, and in fact, it has been upgraded, in my belief, so we are going in a good direction. And if you look at what made this progress possible, I think was, of course, the leadership of the two countries. But I think that alliances work best when they are cooperating against a common threat. And I think in that sense, there was a change in the strategic environment that is enabling the U.S.-Korea alliance to become further strengthened. I think the first such factor would be North Korea's missile and nuclear program. And the second factor is the U.S.-China strategic competition. And the potential threat of China is actually growing. And I think that that is impacting policy direction in Korea. And this is becoming a very important policy impetus for Korea. And when it comes to the North Korean nuclear issue, I think the real reason that North Korea is pursuing nuclear weapons is because it's deteriorating conventional forces. It is trying to overcome this shortcoming by shoring up its nuclear weapons program. But I don't think it's for purely defensive posture. If there is a limited conflict and this escalates, I think the North Korean leadership knows very well that their chances of winning with a conventional force is almost zero. So there is a possibility that they could preemptively use nuclear weapons to win such a conflict. So the threat has become more imminent for Korea, and for the U.S. perspective, this is also a very grave possible scenario. And on the other hand, China has emerged. China is now competing with the U.S. It is being recognized as a competitor of the U.S. And also in the West Pacific, the dominance of U.S. forces is being challenged by China. And so since 2017, U.S. has been pursuing policies that are competing against China and is trying to keep China in check. And I think that this sort of dynamic is now irreversible. So this is one of the strategic sort of conditions that has changed. And I think that this is a very real and present threat and challenge to the U.S. And it is, I think, for Korea as well. China is a neighboring country, and it is becoming a superpower. It is investing a lot in modernizing its military. And so it is becoming a very large, real potential threat to Korea as well. And in particular, its naval forces are becoming stronger, and this can potentially be very threatening to Korean and the Korean Peninsula. So this common threat is becoming more substantial, and I think that that is why the U.S. and Korea are seeking to change the alliance and to upgrade the alliance. And I think the force that has made this recent changes possible will become even stronger in the future. So if you look at the state of affairs, if you look at Washington Declaration regarding North Korea, the two sides have agreed to do nuclear planning together. And by doing so, they are going to prepare very specifically against different scenarios in which North Korea will use a nuclear weapon. And they are looking at ways to implement this. And I think that this was a very important part of the stronger extended deterrence element of the Washington Declaration. And moving forward, I think that Korea and U.S. will have a more unified sort of body or mechanism to respond to North Korea. And I personally believe that we have to prepare against a nuclear attack. And I think that in order to do so, the U.S. and Korea really needs to have a really unified, close defensive posture. North Korea should never believe it should never doubt the U.S. extended deterrence. If it has doubt, then that means that there's a possibility to attack. If North Korea comes to the final stages of the ICBM, it is going to have more confidence about its second strike capabilities, and it will misread the situation, and it may raise questions about U.S. extended deterrence within South Korea as well, and this can lead to more voices for independent nuclear capabilities in South Korea. So in order to prevent all this from happening, we need a more unified U.S.-Korea defense posture and extended deterrence, and this is needed to sort of manage the risks related and the controversies related to North Korea's nuclear weapons program that could possibly arise. As I mentioned already about China, I think that U.S. and Korea are largely on the same page when it comes to China, but of course we still have a long way to go. For a very long time, I think the perception of threat and also the China policy was quite different in terms of priorities, and this will continue for some time. So from Korea's perspective, China is not a real and present threat now for Korea. And in terms of China policies, Korea is hedging against a possible threat from China, but at the same time, the mainstream policy is to maintain cooperation with China. And the U.S. is super focused, hyper-focused on China, but South Korea is super focused still on North Korea and North Korea's nuclear weapons. And so there is that sort of discrepancy between priorities between U.S. and Korea. And so I think in order to build a close cooperation mechanism, I think we need to have really deep, substantial dialogues. And despite this, I think that the basic direction will be for all parties to strengthen regional cooperation, and we will need to build alliances and partnerships in the region with China in mind. And I think that we have started to do so with the Indo-Pacific strategy on Korea's part. And Korea needs to innovate its military to respond to potential threats. And Korea's asymmetric approach should be developed to be able to respond strongly to any situation. And so we need to innovate our military technology or military control and command. And U.S. has already achieved a lot of innovations to this end. And when it comes to these concepts of strategies, I think we need more deeper cooperation. And we also need to engage in more technological cooperation in the field of military, and it should become more deep and more specific. And the Korea-U.S. alliance is now becoming even broader. It is expanding almost to the level of a regional multilateral cooperation mechanism. And as you know, the Korea-U.S.-Japan trilateral cooperation has also been launched. And although the link between Korea and Japan is relatively weaker, it has taken off. And there's also another very important regional multilateral mechanism, and that is the Quad. And there are some people who believe that the trilateral cooperation between Korea, Japan, and U.S. is sufficient, but I feel that the Quad is very important, and Korea needs to be more active in terms of Quad and should think of ways to join Quad. And in the process of doing that, U.S. and Korea will have a lot of opportunity to cooperate further.
I think Professor Choi pretty much touched on all the topics that we might be covering for the next 70 minutes or so. And I thought that we might slowly get into some of these more difficult issues, such as nuclear sharing or nuclear option, but he threw it out here. So we have to remember that with the advent of the current Yoon Suk-yeol government, things have really picked up to restore what was damaged, the alliance relations that we have with the United States, and also our relations, which is not an alliance relations, but a relationship, very close relations with Japan as well. But that's only 1.5 years since the advent of the current administration. So what was it like before that? I think we all remember how damaging things were. I personally got very concerned that, well, about 3 years ago, I wrote an article in the Washington Quarterly comparing the situation in what was happening in Korea to what had happened in the Philippines just before the US pullout from the Philippines, and how eerily close the circumstances were that could possibly lead to a US pullout from South Korea. Thankfully, the political circumstances have changed and things have turned around. But of course, there's no guarantee that this will continue. That's why it's very important that we institutionalize the alliance relations so that it will not be susceptible to the whims of the politics. That said, things are, the Camp David, the nuclear consultative group, and things are going really, really well. But if I can be the devil's advocate and point out two things that you could address as being unfair from South Korea's perspective, I think you could raise, number one, what Professor Choi has just mentioned, the difference between NPG and the NCG, in particular the tactical nuclear deployments in some of the 5 NATO countries. We don't have that. So is that sufficient in terms of deterrence, especially in light of North Korea projected to have as many as 200, 250 nuclear warheads come, I don't know when, 2027, 2030? So that's one thing. And the second question you could also raise in terms of fairness might have to do with the nuclear agreement that the US has with South Korea and with Japan. And of course, I'm talking about the reprocessing and the enrichment capability, which Japan has, but South Korea does not. I wrote a column in South Korea just before Camp David that perhaps in such a environment that something like that could be raised. Can I get your sort of takes on these two points of unfairness, if you will? Is it a question of the US still not trusting South Korea as an ally, or not enough?
So on the nuclear or tactical nuclear option, sort of following the 1980s playbook in NATO and redeploying tactical nuclear weapons that were pulled out at the end of the Cold War by President George Herbert Walker Bush. My own personal view is the US should never say never and should consider that as one option. And the discussions in the NCG should incorporate all instruments of deterrence and extended deterrence. I think it would be a mistake for Washington to say never. But while maintaining an open mind to what we have to do to shore up deterrence, I also think it's important to remember the differences between the Korean Peninsula and NATO. US nuclear forces were introduced to NATO primarily because NATO needed an asymmetrical advantage over the Soviet Warsaw Pact because they had massive conventional superiority. North Korea does not have massive conventional superiority. It has a asymmetrical nuclear, biological, chemical, and missile capability to compensate for our overwhelming conventional superiority. So it's not the same as NATO. The logic is not the same as the NATO example at all. And so what we should be thinking about is, what do we do to offset North Korea's growing asymmetrical capability? And as I said, one possibility could be tactical nuclear weapons. It sounds interesting in theory. You know, I don't know which community in Korea is going to welcome tactical nuclear weapons. It's politically a lot more complicated, perhaps, in reality. But there are other ways to shore up deterrence and impose costs on North Korea for any use of chemical, biological, nuclear. And I think, as Ambassador Goldberg said, the U.S. deploying B-52s, SSBNs to Korea for the first time in many decades is one of those tools to demonstrate the U.S. has, in a maritime theater, unlike NATO, in the maritime theater, air and sea-based options to hold North Korea at significant risk. So those deployments are very, very significant. And then there are new technologies. AI, quantum, is an area where North Korea will never be able to compete. So I would personally like to see a US ROK initiative on advanced capabilities. You know, we have it with Australia and Britain in AUKUS, with AUKUS Pillar 2, which focuses on quantum and hypersonics. I think the US and ROK need a dedicated effort to develop advanced capabilities, taking advantage of our strengths in quantum and AI and advanced computing to counter North Korea's advantage. So the NATO example is continental. The Soviets and the Warsaw Pact had the conventional advantage. It's apples and oranges. I wouldn't completely rule it out, but I think we need to be more creative in thinking about different ways and gaming through how we shore up deterrence and keep North Korea from thinking it has an advantage.
That's fair enough.
I didn't answer your second question.
Okay,
I can.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. There is a trust problem with respect to the 1-2-3 agreement and peaceful nuclear cooperation. No doubt about it. If I were in the government, I wouldn't say that, but I'm not. And so it to me is logical that Korea, Japan, and the United States would have trilateral cooperation on the whole fuel cycle. It's logical, but we have to build up trust. We have to build up security of information. Japan, it doesn't make as much sense bilaterally as trilaterally. Japan and Korea need to build trust. So the trust deficit is a factor, but down the road, because such a large amount of uranium used by nuclear power countries like the US, Korea, Japan, comes from Russia. And in 10 years, something like 2/3 will be either Russia or China. So to have energy security, there is some logic to what you're saying, but the trust problem is there, and it should be addressed head on with government policies and dialogue, because we can't do anything until we address it.
Yeah. So, Dr. Choi, you know how firm the U.S. government is when it comes to non-proliferation and the commitment to non-proliferation and the NPT. Yet you raise this issue of nuclear option. How do you? I mean, are you suggesting that this is something that we have to overcome, or is it just rhetorical that you're saying this? Is it really? Do you feel that in terms of policy, something that can be implemented to make it happen?
일단 저희들이 지금 미국하고 확장 억제를 강화하는 여러 가지 방안들을
So we are thinking of many ways to strengthen extended deterrence. And the context we're referring to is NATO, but like you said, the situation and the context is very different from the 60s and 70s in Europe. At the time, there was an imperative, I think, with the ground forces that forced them or enabled them to deploy tactical nukes and to share this with the European countries, and they came up with the MPG. So the nuclear sharing was almost pursued in tandem with the deployment of tactical nukes. But if you look at the situation now, nukes are considered the last resort, and so the barrier to using nukes has become higher. So our goal is to strengthen extended deterrence to stop North Korea from misreading the situation. And for instance, we first began with flaring, but this was also ultimately about specific ways to coordinate between the Korean forces and the U.S. forces. And I think that this is the future direction in which we will see this go. And I think these consultations, if they become deeper and wider, then we will see that we will come to a point where we need to overcome the past sort of methods of consultations. In the U.S. side, there were limitations, a lot of limitations, especially with nuclear planning that North Korea, or rather South Korea, could not access. But if we are to carry out joint operational planning and joint operations, then we need a very clear understanding of each other. So I think in many different ways, in terms of operation and in terms of forces, we will come to a point where we will need to have more clear, specific, and deep consultations with the U.S. And Korea will be more active in this process, and it will propose a lot of ideas, not only strategically, but also in information sharing and also in terms of operations and operational planning. And I think that South Korea should make such active efforts. When it comes to nuclear sharing, as I mentioned earlier, nuclear sharing could be a threat to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but I think there are other ways to approach this. In the past, the U.S. forward-deployed nuclear assets in Europe, and this is quite impossible on the Korean Peninsula, but we can think of a more flexible approach. For instance, we could have a nuclear base in Guam, and Korea and the U.S. could carry out nuke sharing operations in Guam. There are risks entailed to the forward deployment of nukes. So with any conflict, if the nukes are involved from the very beginning, the chances of escalation is that much higher. So if we were to have nukes, for instance, in Guam, then I think that it would be a good option because we can enforce extended deterrence, and if necessary, we can be very flexible in responding if the need comes. And I think what is most important is that consultations are becoming more unified and more substantial. I think that is the most important point we need to focus on. That sort of difference in fundamental mechanism will bring a change to respond to an actual nuclear threat as well. In whatever circumstance, if North Korea resorts to nuclear attack, will only be when North Korea believes that the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrence is low or non-existent. And so the only way we can prevent this is to strengthen extended deterrence and make that message very clear to North Korea. We have a lot of fuel from nuclear power plants, and the reprocessing and the enrichment of this, I think, given the reality currently, we cannot help but the situation to be very limited. As Dr. Green said, I think we need to take a longer sort of view, and we need to look for ways that we can cooperate in terms of technology. And of course, economically, it would be good for Korea to be able to manage the whole fuel cycle, but there are strong limitations to that currently, and that is a reality right now, and we need to work with reality.
on this topic. Our third panelist, Deputy Minister Beom-chul, has arrived, so let's give him a nice round of applause. Yeah. So, Dr. Shin, each panelist had about 5 minutes to give a very broad, general talk on the current state of U.S. ROK alliance relations, and then we've moved on to the next topic. We were talking about the North Korea's nuclear threat and how our level of deterrence is it sufficient? Can there be more, such as the NATO mode of NPG and the tactical nuclear weapons and so on. So maybe just a couple of minutes of your overall take on the alliance.
So let me make 2 points. One is overall take. The other one is our level of trust with regard to extended deterrence. Is that okay for you?
Sure, that's fine.
I apologize my late for this important seminar because after I resigned my former position, Deputy Vice Minister of National Defense, 4 weeks ago, I moved down to my hometown, Cheonan. It's located just a 1 hour drive, but this is Friday. I'm really sorry. So it takes more than 3 times in overall take. So anyway, I'm back. I'm used to speaking English in this kind of international seminar, but I'm Korean, so Korean is much easier to express in detail. So
한국말로 하셔도 상관없어요.
Yeah, so then
동시통역이니까.
I will say in Korean. Please understand for foreign participants. Yeah.
반갑습니다.
Well, thank you very much. I apologize for being late. So yes, you asked me 2 questions. So first about the overview of the level of the ROK-U.S. alliance. So I would like to briefly talk about 3 events to explain the current level. So this year in April in Washington, there was the Washington Declaration with a visit of President Yoon to the States. And at the core lies to elevate the bilateral partnership or alliance to the next level. So before, the alliance started off with conventional military alliance. However, that was elevated to comprehensive strategic alliance that encompasses diplomacy as well as economy. So that was the 20th century. But what we need the most, well, that is the second topic. Well, we need extended deterrence against North Korea's nuclear threats. And in the past, the U.S.'s extended deterrence, I will slow down. Yes. So now, if you look at the extended deterrence of the past, well, the U.S. provides the umbrella, and everything was about elevating trust or reliability. Of course, in 70s and 80s, there was no nuclear threat. The threat was near zero. However, now as we moved to the 2000s, North Korea started to test missiles and nuclear programs. Then how do we need to deter that, and how do we need to respond to that? Of course, we need to build on the rock-solid ROK-U.S. alliance, and we have to fulfill our commitment. So it was more about the declaration. It was more rhetoric-driven. But now we demand more of the alliance, and we have actually deepened the dialogue. So it's not just about making statements, but it's about jointly planning and jointly exercising the deterrence. And that will bring the deterrence level to another level.
옆에 이상호 총장님도 계시지만
President Lee is sitting here, and in 2010 in Hawaii, I'm not sure whether they still do it, but at the Pacific Forum, we talked about the ROK-U.S. alliance as well as the trilateral alliance with Korea, U.S., and Japan. And at the time, we talked about the reliability of the extended deterrence, and it should be approached in a different manner than that of what
what's happening in Europe.
공동 행동이 필요하다.
And
그런
at the time
논의가
we said that we
있었고
need to take
마침내
joint
금년
action.
4월
And
한미
in
정상회담을
April
통해서
of this year,
그것이 구체화되고
during
있고
the
이것을 통해서 만든
ROK-U.S. summit, we
NCG가
came with a concrete plan, which
지금
is
저희가
NCG.
운영 중에 있습니다.
And NCG
그것이 제가
is now
콘텐츠
in
부분을 말씀드린
operation.
거고요.
So that was the
두
content.
번째는
Now moving on to the
여름에
second
있었죠.
part.
캠프 데이비드
The
저희
Camp
정상회담.
David,
그 내용을
there was
보면은
another
이제
summit.
한미 동맹을
And if you look at the
넘어서
details, it
한미일
goes
안보
beyond
협력도
ROK-U.S.
훨씬 더
alliance.
구체화되고 있다.
So
어떻게 보면 제가
everything
두 번째로
is becoming
설명드리고
more
있는 그
concrete.
캠프 데이비드
So
정상회담은
during the Camp
한미
David
동맹이 단순히
summit,
이제 양자
we could see
동맹
that
물론
the
동맹
ROK-U.S.
시스템 자체는
alliance is
양자
not just
동맹이지만
bilateral. Of course,
협력의 영역
framework-wise, it is
에어리어
bilateral. But if you look at the scope
지형적인 영역이라고
or the
볼 수밖에 없지만
areas,
그런 것들이 사실은 한미가 중심이
then we
돼서
can see
한미일로
that the
그리고
U.S.
호주,
and Korea
한미호 또는 이렇게
actually engage
소다자적인
other
그리고
partners like
점점 더 다자적인
Australia
측면에서의 협력이
and
확대되고
expand
있다
into
하는 그런 이벤트가 될
multilateralism.
수 있을 거예요.
And
윤석열 대통령은 최초로
President
저희
Yoon, for the
대한민국
first time
대통령으로서는
in
최초로
Korea, as a
작년과
Korean
올해
president,
나토
last year and this
정상회담에
year,
참여를 했습니다.
participated in
이런 것
the
역시
NATO
한미
summit,
동맹의 영역을
which shows
우리가 더
that the
넓히는 그런 과정이
ROK-U.S.
있는 거죠.
alliance scope
사실 제
is now
앞에는 또 우리
expanding.
왕종윤
And
경제안보
actually,
비서관님도
later
계시는데요.
on, Mr.
사실
Wang
제가
will be
설명드리는
speaking. He's
부분은
sitting
이러한
right in
영역과
front of me.
관련해서는 지금 군사
And,
외교적인 측면인데
Of course, now I am talking
경제안보라든가 그
about
기타 부분에서도
defense and
이
diplomacy,
영역이
but then
엄청나게
it's now
발전하고 있다.
expanding
이
to
부분을 말씀드릴 수 있고
security as
마지막 세
well as
번째 제가
economy.
설명드릴 거는
And last but not least, what I want to tell you is that
지난주부터
just
이번
last
주까지 한
week
건데
up to this week,
그것은 이제 히스토리라고 이야기하고 싶은데
I would like to give you the context of
이번에
history. So
월요일 날 개최됐고
SCM
그 전에
was kicked off on Monday.
유엔사 국방장관 회담이라는 걸 했어요. 이런 것들 저희가 어떤 기획을 했냐면 이미 작년부터 준비했던 건데
And this is something that we
한미
prepared
동맹
from last year.
70주년이기
So
때문에
because we
우리가
celebrate
이렇게
70
국방장관
years
회담도
of
좀 더 체계적으로
alliance
준비를
between
하고
ROK and U.S.,
사실
we
한미
want
동맹이
to
중심이
be
되지만
better equipped.
유엔사
Of
회원국들
course,
모두
now at
사실은
the
어떻게
center
보면은
lies Korea
대한민국
and
안보에
U.S., but we
대한
want all the
커미먼트를
members
하고 계신
of the
거거든요.
UN
그런
command
측면에서
service to be
유엔사
part of
국방장관
this,
회담도
which
기획을
is
했고
why we
이렇게
planned
한미
such a
동맹은 제가
summit.
말씀드린 것처럼
And as I mentioned,
컨텐츠라든가
well, be it the
영역이라든가 그리고
content or the
그것을
scope
뛰어넘는
or the history
우정의
itself,
역사의
I think the ROK-U.S. alliance really shows
기록들이 남아 있으면서
the friendship
지금
between
그
the
어느
two
때보다도
countries. And
강력한 한미
history
동맹이
tells us
이루어지고
that
있다.
it
이게
has
제 첫
evolved
번째
over
주제에
time.
대한 답입니다.
So
두
that was
번째,
my
북한의
answer to your
핵위협과
first
우리의
question.
그 어떻게
Number
보면
two,
확장 억제에
about the
대한
extended
제 평가를
deterrence against
말씀드린다면요.
North Korea's
북한의
nuclear threats.
핵위협은 안타깝지만 실제하고 있는 것이고
Unfortunately, this
그럼에도
is the
불구하고
reality.
이 자리에 계신
We do
대다수의
face nuclear
참여자들
threats,
그리고 또한
but most of the
대한민국
participants here
국민들께서
and
사실
most of the
핵위협
Korean
걱정 때문에
people,
잠 못 이루시진 않잖아요.
I'm sure that
그
they're not
이유는
concerned
우리가 그것을
over
억제하고 있는
nuclear threats
어떻게 보면
every
두
day.
가지 측면인 거죠.
It does not hamper their daily
하나는
life because
미국과의 협력을
of
통한
this
확장 억제인
deterrence.
것이고
We have extended
다른
deterrence
하나는
together with
우리가
the U.S.
소위 말하는
and
삼축 체계를
we
기반으로
also
해서
have the
북한이 도발을 하고
trilateral
핵무기를 만약에
framework. So
사용한다면
let's say that
삼축
North
체계의
Korea
핵심은 이겁니다.
provokes
일단
and
막는 거죠.
well,
발사전에
if North
맞고
Korea does
미사일이
something that
날라오는
we
도전에 맞고
evoke the three
그게 안 되면
axes. So
만약에
we
핵무기가 우리에게
preempt
타격을 입었다
and then
하면
we stop.
적어도
And then
김정은
if there was a
정권의
strike,
수뇌부,
we have to
김정은을
make sure
포함한
that
김정은 정권의
including
수뇌부는
Kim
대한민국의
Jong-un
지구촌에 존재하지
and the
않는다.
elites
그게 이제
of
마지막에
the
대량
Kim Jong-un
응징보복인데 그러한
regime,
확신을 줌으로
well,
해서
they will
공격을
no
못하게
longer
하는
be able to
건데요.
survive. And that
하지만
is the core
사실은
idea
이런 것을
behind
저희가
the three
계속
axes.
발전시켜 나가고 있지만 또
And
다른
we are still
측면 많은
developing on
분들께서는
that. However, a
대한민국도
lot of
뭔가
people say,
있어야지
well, Korea
독자적인
needs
힘이
to have
있어야지
something. It has to have
미국에게만
its
전적으로
independent
의존하는
force or power.
그런 확장 억제를 신뢰할 수
Korea
있느냐
cannot simply rely
이런
on
말씀을
the
계속해서
U.S.
해오세요.
And that's what we keep
제가
hearing.
어떻게 설명드릴 수 있겠냐면요.
So this is how I
사실은
want to put
미국도요.
it.
대한민국이
Now, if you look at the
만약에 핵으로
U.S., let's say
공격당했을
that
때
Korea was
그것을 핵으로든
attacked with
응당한
nuclear
수준으로
forces,
보복하지 않으면요.
then
미국의 동맹
if it does not
네트워크라든가
fight
물론 나토까지 포함하고 그런 거죠. 그
or
신뢰도를
retaliate,
잃어버리게 될 거라고
then it will
생각합니다.
lose
아니
its
한국에서 핵을
trustworthiness.
공격받았는데 as an ally
And the same goes for
전
NATO
세계에서
countries as well,
가장
or NATO
강력한
members as well.
동맹 체제를 구축하고
Because we
있는
have the
한국에서도
strongest
미국이 제대로
alliance
대응하지
system,
못한다면 미국 믿을 수
and
있겠느냐
if
하는
the
것이
US
전
fails
세계적으로
to take
퍼져나가고 미국이
action or
동맹 관리가 안 될 거라고
retaliate,
생각합니다.
then
그렇기 때문에 저는
countries,
개인적으로
other
미국의
countries will
확장
think
억제에
that
대해서는
the US
신뢰를
does
해요.
not have the
그렇지만
capability
그렇다고
to
해서
act as a
거기에
leader, which is
만족해서는 안
why they
된다고
trust
생각해요. 두 가지 측면인
the
거죠.
extended deterrence.
먼저
However,
미국이
we
제공하는
cannot
확장 억제를 더 신뢰도를
remain
높게 하기
satisfied with
위해서
what we have.
앞서 우리
So to
이정훈
boost the
교수님께서는 유럽식
reliability,
핵공유
well, actually,
그것도
we
결국에는
heard about the
우리가
nuclear
지금
sharing.
MPG를 통해서 준비하고
And I believe that,
유럽이 NPG죠.
well,
그것을 통해
we
우리가
are
나름대로 지금 확장 억제
mobilizing
강화를 통해서
NCG
준비하고 있는 것이 어떻게 보면
to do just that.
현 지역에
So what we are
대한민국의
trying to
전술
do is
핵무기를
that now,
갖다 놓는 것을 제외하고는
other than
거의
deploying
유사
tactical
또는 더 강력한
nuclear
협력
weapons
체계를
in Korea,
구축하는 거라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
it would be
그럼에도
the
불구하고
strongest
또
possible
일부에서는
scenario that we
여전히
can have.
전술핵을 희망하시는
However,
분들이 계신
there are some
것이
people who wish that
현실이에요.
Korea
근데 이제 그
deployed
부분과
tactical nuclear
관련해서 만약에
weapons.
전술핵을
And with
한반도에
respect to
갖다
that,
놓게 될
let's say that we
경우에는
do
저는
have
현
those
단계에서는
assets in
득보다
Korea,
실이 더
then
많다고
as of
생각해요. 왜
today,
그러냐?
we
어디다
have more
갖다
to
놓을까요,
lose
도대체?
than to win. Because where are we going
제가 제일
to
가슴 아팠던
put them
거는요.
or
지난
deploy them?
10년간
Well, what was
외교안보를 이렇게
heartbreaking was that
이쪽 영역에서
over
제일
the
가슴 아팠던
past
거는
decade,
사드 배치 때
as I was in this
사드는
sector in
방어무기고
field,
사드
well,
전자탄은
that
인근 지역
deployment
주민에게
was
해가
what
되지
was the
않습니다.
most
이거는
heartbreaking because we
팩트예요.
kept communicating that it
그런데요,
will not
이걸로
harm the
인해서 한 2,
residents.
3년 동안 한국
That was just
사회는
a
어떻게
fact.
보면
However,
제정신을 못 차릴 정도로
what happened is
흔들렸어요.
that for 2 to 3
사드
years,
괴담, 사드
Korea
전자포로
was
인해서
shattered
성주
by this
참외들은 다
bad
말살당하고 인근
deployment.
지역 주민들은
So
큰일 날
we
것처럼 얘기하고
saw like
사드의 미사일이 마치
demonstrations
공격용 미사일이어서 중국
around
본토까지
성주
타격할 수 있다는
and
식의 루머들이 퍼지고
there were some
그러면서 성주
rumors that
인근
we
지역
could not
분들은
contain.
그것을 갖다가
And
반대하는
the
데
residents of
참여를 하고
Songju
그러면서 한미 동맹이 제대로
actually
가동되지
took to the
않으면서
street.
성주에 있는 미군
And
기지조차도 잘
now
작동되지 않는
the
그래서
US
윤석열
troop
정부가
base in
출범해서
Songju
최초로
could not
정상화시킨
function
것이
well. So
사드기지입니다.
once a Yoon
그런데 전술핵
administration
무기를
took
갖다가 만약에
office,
배치한다고
the
하면
first job
그
that he did
지역에서는요
was to
걷잡을 수
normalize
없는
the
정치적 수용돌이가
Sangju
있고
base.
사실은 이렇게
But
생각합니다.
anyways,
전쟁은
this is
하루아침에
my
벌어지는
take.
게 아니에요.
So war does not
전쟁은
break out
징후가 있고
overnight. So
서로
you
간에
do see
긴장이 고조되고
signs, you
무력
see
충돌이 있는
escalating
상황에서
tension,
북한도
and you do
핵무기를
see
사용할
armed
것을
conflict.
고민할 겁니다.
And then in that
그러면은
process,
핵무기는 그때
countries
전개해도 늦지
will think
않는다고
about
생각하고
using
사실은
nuclear weapons.
미측
So
마이클
it
그린
will be too
박사님,
late to
존경하는
think
우리
about
마이클
that
그린 박사님께서
then.
말씀해
So
주시겠지만
of course,
B-61
Dr. Green will
타지
talk
핵탄두죠.
about this.
그것을
But then
사용하는
now the
것보다는
nuclear
요즘에는 미사일,
warheads, instead of using that,
ICBM이라든가 또는
ICBM
핵잠수함에서
and
발사되는 미사일이 훨씬 더
SSBMs and so on and so
효능도가
forth.
높은 것으로 평가하고 있을
Actually,
텐데
they are
그런
more
것까지
SSBMs.
고려하면
Well, they are deemed to be more
전술핵을
effective.
배치하자는 주장은 저는 반대를 합니다.
In that sense,
그게
I
이제
do
한
not
파트고
agree
다른
with
파트는
what people say about
스스로
deploying the
더
tactical
노력을 해야 되는 거죠.
weapons.
대한민국이
But
지금
we also
첨단
need to
방산
work
기술에
hard.
있어서
Like when it
많은
comes to
발전을
cutting
이뤘고
edge
그것이
defense
작년에
sector,
방산 수출
Korea has become a
173억
leader.
달러라는 전례 없는 성과를 이뤄낸
And in
배경이기도 합니다.
fact,
우리가 무기 체계가 어느
17.3
정도
billion
경쟁력이 있어요.
was the
국제
export
시장에서.
volume last year,
그런데 더
which
첨단
shows
무기
Korea's
체계와
prowess
관련해서는
in
아직도
the
가야 될
defense
길이
sector.
많아요.
Still, we
그리고
have a long way to go.
우리가 북한에 확실하게 한국에
we
대해서
have to
핵무기를
make sure
사용하면
that
적어도
to send a
나는
message to North
사망했구나
Korea
하는
that
신뢰를
if we
김정은에게
do
심어주기
actually use
위해서는
nuclear weapons,
크게
then
두
we
가지를
won't
더
be
해야
able to
돼요.
survive this war.
뭐냐면요.
But
감시
then
정찰
to
능력이에요.
do that, we
지금
need
우리가
to
아직 감시
have
정찰 능력이
reconnaissance
부족해요.
surveillance
미측으로부터
capacity. We need to boost
공유가
that
잘
up.
돼서 실시간으로 받는
So
부분도
of
있지만
course we do receive intelligence real
인공위성은요
time.
정찰
But
위성도
if you think about
마찬가지인데
satellites,
하루에 지구를 보통 2바퀴를
well,
돌아요.
the satellite
한 대가 있으면
the
12시간 단위로
spy
보는 거죠.
airplanes, they
문제가 있으면
actually
같은 자리를 6시간
circle the
단위로
Earth
봐요.
twice.
자, 그런데
So the same
지금
spot
북한이
will be
북한도 그걸
monitored
당연히
every 6
알고
hours,
북한이
and
무엇을
North
위해서
Korea is well
노력하냐면
aware of that.
이동식 발사대를
And what
가지고
it's
나와서
doing, it's using a
세워서
mobile launch
발사하는데
pad to
과거에는
erect
세우는데
that
시간이
and
많이
to launch the
걸려서
missile.
50분, 1시간
Before,
이렇게
it took about
걸렸다면
50 minutes or
앞으로는
an hour
20분, 10분
to
이렇게
erect
줄어들
that,
거예요.
but then
그럼
that will be
우리가
reduced to about 20
확실하게
minutes or
킬체인을
10 minutes,
작동하고
which
그런
is why
것을
we need to
하려면
evoke
어떻게 해야
a
돼요?
kill chain.
정찰위성이 더 많아야 되고
And to be
미국이
able to
주는
do that,
정보
we need to
플러스
have more spy
우리가 스스로
satellites.
보는
At the same
그런
time,
정보력을 확보해서
we
적어도
need
북한
to
지역의
obtain more
특정 지점에 대해서
intelligence
10분 단위로
also from
잘라서
the
볼 수
US,
있는
so
능력을
that every
가져야
10
되는
minutes
겁니다.
we are
뭐
able to
제가
surveil what's
지금 몇 분
happening
단위로 보냐 이
in
말씀은
North
못
Korea.
드리겠어요. 왜냐하면
So I
보안
cannot
사항이기
tell
때문에
you
그렇지만 아직 부족한
the
점이 많다
intervals for
그렇게
now because
생각하고
that
따라서
is
그러한 감시 정찰
strictly
능력을
confidential.
키워야 됩니다.
But
두
anyways,
번째,
we need to improve that.
중요한 것은 우리가
Also,
판두의 파괴력을 더
Now
키워야 돼요.
we need to make
사실
sure
그 부분도
that
저희가
the
첨단을
warheads
달리고
are more
있는데
destructive.
제가 국방부에서
And
여러
I told
가지를
you
점검해
that we have
봤는데
cutting-edge
그런
technology
것을
at
더
the Ministry
강화시킬
of
부분이
Defense. We have
있더라고요.
revisited
그런 부분과
that area,
관련해서 추가적인
but there are
노력이
some areas
필요하다고
of
봅니다.
improvement.
제가 늦게
So
와서
that's something that
말을
we need to
상당히
do.
길게
I
했고
was
그래서
late,
우리
which is why I spoke
사회자님께
forever.
상당한
But then
부담을 드렸는데
I'm sorry
앞으로는
for
짧게
that.
하겠습니다.
Now next time I will be shorter.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shin. As much as I like to continue this discussion, but we are limited in time, and I do want to allot about 10-15 minutes in the end of this session to allow for some questions to be raised by the audience, if you do have questions. So I'm going to move on, unless you have points to be made. I'd like to move on to talk about this minimal, the unilateralism. Dr. Kim Sung-han earlier in his keynote mentioned this. Everyone seems to be mentioning about Five Eyes, AUKUS, Quad. If everyone is talking about it, and if it's supposed to be good for the alliance, why is it not happening? Michael?
Why is it not happening?
In terms of why is South Korea not fully participating?
So the Quad was created in the immediate aftermath of the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami, when there were people wounded and stranded and damaged all across the Indian Ocean, and the U.S., Indian, Japanese, and Australian navies were ready to act. And so the Quad was announced in about 12 hours, actually. It was very fast. I was in the White House, and it was very fast. Knowing that the U.S., Japanese, Australian navies worked closely together, the Indian fleet commander was friends with the 7th Fleet Commander of the United States. So it was very quick. But the key thing, it was an open architecture. So very quickly after that, Korea joined, Singapore joined, Canada, eventually even China sent a mobile field hospital. So that's sort of the model of the Quad. And I think that's the way to think about it. I do not believe India, in particular, will be open to Korea formally joining the Quad. But I think India would very much welcome more active participation by Korea in things like the Raisina dialogue on security in India and other dimensions of Indo-Pacific strategy, a kind of a la carte, case by case. In a similar way, the US and Britain with Australia created AUKUS to help Australia develop nuclear-powered submarines in Pillar 1, and then, as I said, advanced capabilities in Pillar 2. We can have a discussion about whether Korea eventually might need nuclear-powered submarines, but for now that's not an option. But Pillar 2 of AUKUS, which focuses on hypersonics and quantum and advanced capabilities, Korea is a very logical, natural partner eventually in that. So these minilateral groupings are all forming. Korea has something to contribute, something to gain, but in many cases it will be a la carte, not set menu, because the Quad is primarily designed to get India more involved strategically, and India has a big veto, and I don't think India wants more than 4. It's not opposed to Korea alone, it doesn't want Canada, it doesn't want New Zealand, it wants 4. But I think India is quite open to participation in maritime security, in dialogues and exercise, similarly with AUKUS. So Korea came late to this. What animated the Japanese, Australian, and Indian governments, and eventually the US government, was a recognition that the power dynamics in the Indo-Pacific are multipolar, and that a country the size of Australia can have more agency and more influence by networking with a solid hold on the US alliance. The Korean debate for about 8 or 10 years was largely predicated on Asian power dynamics as bipolar, US-China competition. And I would say this is true of the Park Geun-hye government and the Moon Jae-in government, that they were very much worried about being trapped in this bipolar US-China competition and adopted a sort of strategic ambiguity, staying away. And so Korea's late, frankly, coming to this minilateralism. But now with the Indo-Pacific strategy, the Yoon government's quite active and quite dynamic, and Korea has an enormous amount to contribute. Defense industrial capabilities, technology, KOICA and development assistance, democracy support, diplomatic influence, and I think Korea will be a very welcome partner. And then perhaps the most important and immediate minilateral is the one that came out of Camp David with Japan, the trilateral, which is very much focused on deterrence and cooperation for the Korean Peninsula and North Asia. So it's not NATO. You know, the United States traded less than 1% of all its trade with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Korea's trade with China is what, 23% of all trade, something like that. Australia's 35%, America's 12%. That's such economic interdependence. It's just not logical to have a NATO and to have one collective security organization. And so countries will kind of form mini groupings, little bit of a la carte cooperation, case by case. That's going to be the nature of the diplomacy. But I think from the US perspective, I would say probably also very much for Australia, even for Japan and India, Korea's in this game now. And it's fantastic for the region.
So are we in this game? Doctor, I mean, you were with the government until very, very recently. So are we pushing to officially join these groupings?
I didn't say officially join, just to be clear.
No, yeah. Dr. Shin or
me?
Yeah, or Dr. Either, yeah. Probably short, if you don't mind.
기본적으로
I think the fundamental reason that Korea is not part of Quad is because during the previous Moon administration, we were very passive, and we did take part in the working group, and that's when we started to slowly turn the direction, and we are taking much more active posture since the Yoon administration took office. And just as was mentioned, Quad includes India, and it's a four-way grouping, if you will. And internally, I think there was focus on internal consolidation. I think there was a lot of focus on substantial cooperation and public goods cooperation, and they are sort of looking for the gradual approach. So I don't think they are looking to give really quick signals to China. They're trying to take it very slow as to not alarm China. But I think when the time is right and if there is an appropriate moment, Korea could possibly look to join. But as mentioned, I think that Korea has many channels in which it can actively participate, including working group meetings. But I think ultimately, if the timing is right, maybe Korea can join officially. I think fundamentally, though, they are focused on sort of soft balancing against China, and so the groundwork is being laid for a stronger cooperation, and Korea should take part in this sort of regional tide, if you will, and this serves Korea's strategic interests.
Yes, I
fully agree with what the two panelists said, but of course, be it Quad or unilateral mechanism, this is my impression. So 2 points that I would like to raise. Now, in determining the diplomatic policy in Korea, now, well, we tend to say that if everything goes well on the Korean Peninsula, then everything will be fine. But then there's this other group which says that we need to be more actively involved with other countries. But if you look at the political scene, then now, well, depending on which government takes office, sometimes they tend to focus more on the inter-Korean relationship, sometimes not. Anyways, when I meet the public, then they tell me, well, there are some people who say, well, we need to solve the problem with North Korea first for other problems to be solved. So when thinking about Quad, well, there was a time in point where we used to focus on improving the inter-Korean relationships first. And also, if you look at how Korea is more engaged in multilateralism, then I think that you all understand what really goes on. But then now, 15 kilometers from here, we have assemblymen in Yeouido, and they just do not get it. So it's very frustrating. We talked about Quad or other international movements or mechanism. Then, well, we first need to join, and then after joining, if something plays at our disadvantage, then we need to speak up. But then there are some people who are afraid too early. Oh, by doing that, wouldn't Japan or China attack us or something like that? So that was something that went behind the scene in Korea about joining Quad. So, well, within the context of the U.S.-China strategic competition, sometimes Korea was too afraid to step up or to speak up. So I think that the experts here in this room should really talk more about the benefits to Korea, and be it through the National Assembly or through other channels of communication. I think that we need to better communicate that to the public.
The THAAD earlier, and if you remember when we had that deployment in Seongju, the then President Moon Jae-in promised China 3 no's, right? No more deployment, no, not joining the MD, and no trilateral alliance between the US, Japan, and South Korea. Well, just the fact that they're mentioning that, there must be a lot of good things about the trilateral alliance, about US, China, US, Japan, and South Korea. I think maybe Professor Choi mentioned that, or you did, that this is the weak link of the trilateralism. Do we need, do you think, something of a security alliance between Japan and South Korea to make this trilateralism really take off? Or do you think, even without it, that we can make it strong enough to withstand all the challenges that we're facing? Yeah, Michael?
I think in light of what Mr. Shin just said, you can imagine how challenging it would be to explain to the National Assembly a trilateral security treaty with the US, Japan, and Korea. Politically, it'd be suicide mission for Waegyobu right now. But a few years ago, people said Finland and Sweden would never join NATO. And in 2010, when Foreign Minister Kim Soo-han and Hillary Clinton and Japanese Foreign Minister Maehara met in Washington for a trilateral after the Cheonan was sunk, the 3 governments came very close to issuing a collective security statement saying that an attack on any one of the 3 of us is an attack on all of us. It wasn't a treaty ratified by the National Assembly or the Senate, but it was a powerful statement of collective security, and it at the last minute, Korean side got nervous. But that was 13 years ago.
Yeah.
So my short answer is it depends on China. I mean, it's because of Putin that Sweden and Finland are now actively moving to NATO membership. The Cheon-an, post-Cheon-an statement in Washington was to deter North Korea, but also because China was not putting any brakes on North Korea at that time. So I would say it's not impossible someday that the security environment makes it necessary. Yeah. But in the meantime, there are very practical, very critical things that have to be done to shore up deterrence. You cannot shore up deterrence on the Korean Peninsula with just US-Korea alliance. You've got to have the Japan element. Yeah. You have to have coordination on support for American bases, on sea lane security, on cyber. That's in a contingency. But even in peacetime, you need much stronger coordination on countering economic coercion, countering cyber, countering North Korean use of cryptocurrency. There's a huge menu of things where the three countries have got to strengthen cooperation, not to create a trilateral security treaty, but because separately, these two alliances can't handle it. And I'm sure Mr. Shin was very busy with that agenda until he became busier with his new hobby.
Okay, in the program, this session was supposed to go till 2:40, but I'm getting this message in front of me that we have to end at 2:30, which doesn't leave us much time for some questions. So I'm just going to give you like very short like answers.
I think that's North Korean hacking operation.
잘못된 거 아닌가? 40분까지 아닌가?
I thought it was until 2:40.
They just changed. Okay.
That's thank you. Okay, so maybe very short takes on this trilateralism between U.S., Japan, South Korea.
일단 저희가
좀 역사를 회고해 보면
If you look back in history, during the Cold War period, there were the historical and political issues in Korea and Japan, but we still cooperated, almost like we had an alliance. It was a de facto alliance, but now we have not reached that sort of cooperation or relationship with Japan yet. Korea and Japan's historical issues are very much intricately linked to domestic politics. And internationally, of course, China is a threat, but I do not think it's not strong enough to really bring and put pressure on U.S., Korea, and Japan to really pull close together. So I think that in the future, if China does become a really strong and imminent threat, I think that we will do away with everything else and really engage in cooperation that is a de facto alliance. But for now, I think that the relationship will build gradually over time. And what is most important, of course, is to resolve the very complicated issues between Korea and Japan. And that is a vulnerable link in this trilateral relations. And of course, that is the hardest part of the relations. At the end of the day, within Korea, there are many different sentiments regarding history. And resolving this sentiment, I think, may require more than continuing to demand an apology from the Japanese leadership. I think the Japanese need to show a new direction towards interpretation of history and the approach to history. And I think that will be sort of a key in resolving Korea-Japan historical issues. And of course, meanwhile, gradually, we will be able to cooperate in different areas and also in defense as well. And this can lead to gradual change.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Choi. So now I think that we need to take the ROK-Japan alliance to the next level to be able to better manage the ally. So I think that for now we need to work more on ROK-U.S. Japan partnership so that in times of contingency, we can jointly respond. But in the long term, how are we going to better respond to that is something that we need to work on. So in the later years, we could also look into, for instance, Australia. So do we need this tripartite relationship? Well, we have to understand what the Japanese people think of this as well. So we need some time to mature the partnership. So for now, we need specific grounds as to why we need to develop this into a multilateral alliance. And only then we'll be able to shift the partnership to that. And for now, it's premature.
And so, as promised, I'm going to give an opportunity for some of you to raise questions to some of the panelists or all of the panelists. Please raise your hand, identify yourself, and make your question very short. No speech, please. Okay. Yes, maybe 2 or 3. 먼저, yeah. 그냥 하시죠, 뭐 일단. 예.
Thank you. My name is Yong-gi-jo. I am a former Commissioner of Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senior Diplomat Group. I would like to ask to Michael Green, Chief Executive Officer. I think ROK-U.S. alliance should be strengthened for several reasons. First of all, North Korea is developing advanced nuclear weapons. Next, China is expanding the power of influence in Indo-Pacific area by Belt and Road Initiative. Then, China and the Korean Peninsula are contained in the operational responsibility area of Indo-Pacific headquarters of U.S. Army. Finally, historically, Korean Peninsula was the powerful country's competition zone, so we should consider Russia, Ukraine war, and Israel-Palestine conflict. And I think ROK-U.S. alliance should be advanced for prosperity of East Asia, because peace of Korean Peninsula is possible among peace and prosperity of East Asia, and we can achieve freedom, equality, and justice against dictatorship in East Asia. I appreciate you if you let me know your opinion about that.
아까 손 든 분 한 분 더 계셨. 예. 뒤에.
Yes, at the back.
So
can you please deliver the mic?
The lady behind the first, please make it short.
Yes, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for the opportunities. I'm Sigit from Waseda University. I'm doing research focused on East Asia, so I'm interested to come here. My question directly to Professor Sins. In your explanation, I'm making underline about the Republic of Korea cannot rely on the United States laws, and you know, the situation basically in Peninsula, Korea Peninsula are more complicated because of North Korean nuclear weapons. But I'm still wondering, is there any possibilities in the region between China, Japan, and South Korea to build kind of international institution? Because after the end of World War II, this region didn't have anything, kind of international economic institution or even security, and always relying on Southeast Asian ASEAN for dialogue in terms of, you know, like looking on solution and etc. I think that is my point. Thank you.
Okay, last question, and then I'll come back to the panel.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sophomore student at Eva Women's University. My question would be to all the speakers. with the Indo-Pacific region being the focal point of the shared future, we have all seen trilateral, bilateral, and quadrilateral summits happening, and also New Zealand, Vietnam, and South Korea sending their representatives to Quad Plus summit. How do you think the framework would contribute to the multi-sectoral cooperation in the post-Cold War era, post-COVID-19 era? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Shin, you want to go first?
할까요? 네, 두 가지 질문이 저한테
Yes,
해당되는 것 같아요.
so two questions I think
해주신
you
질문
asked.
자체가 제가 100%
Well,
이해했는지
I'm not sure whether
모르겠지만
I fully understood your questions, but I think you talked about ROK, China, and Japan cooperation, and then we need some sort of institution to boost that cooperation. So yes, I do believe that is important. Well, if you look at the international order after the Cold War, well, now we started to rely on liberalism and rules of order, and now it feels like we are regressing. Now the advent of President Xi and Trump administration actually triggered the movement, the return to nationalism or protectionism. However, now what we are overlooking is that, of course, we do need the trilateral cooperation that you mentioned, but we have tried to do so. We do have a summit framework, but then it's just not in operation. So when it comes to ROK, Japan and China partnership, well, it's now Korea's turn to host a summit. So we have been looking into that idea extensively. I'm not here to criticize a specific country, but then I don't think that we are on the same page. So I think that the three countries need to speak up, and Korea is more than willing to host such a framework. So it is, yes, a framework that we need to focus more than bilateral cooperation. And you also asked a question about the unilateral mechanisms and multilateral mechanisms within the Asia-Pacific region. Yes, I agree with you. And I used to be the Director General of the International Affairs, but well, I served in that position for 3 years, and there are so many unilateral mechanisms and multilateral mechanisms, tons of them. But then we only hold meetings. We have like APEC, and together with ASEAN, we have ASEAN +3. And the list goes on and on and on. But then we do hold meetings, but then we do not yield any concrete results. So they're just like talk shows. So of course it is important for Korea to create a new cooperative framework, and yes, partnership matters, but I think that the priority here is to revamp the existing system or framework so that they can really serve their initial purpose. And it's not a single country that can lead such an effort. So within the international order, we need to see a revival of multilateralism. But then Korea alone cannot revive multilateralism. We need the help of the US and China, the big players on the global stage. However, if you look at the reality, that's just not happening. So when carrying out diplomacy, we have to understand the reality. And of course, multilateralism serves the interest of Korea. So yes, we have to be ready for the future.
짧게 좀 하셔야 될 것 같아요.
죄송합니다.
Short comment, please. In the Indo-Pacific strategy, there are many multilateral mechanisms. I think that we need to prioritize in terms of taking part in those flurry of activities. If you look at the strategic trend, especially if you keep in mind Korea, Japan, and U.S. trilateral cooperation. I think that this should take priority, and perhaps next we can contemplate the Quad mechanism. Of course, it's important to manage China and to cooperate with China too, and also managing status quo through trilateral cooperation between Korea, Japan, and China is important. And then next, we can think about cooperation with ASEAN countries. But I think what is lacking is that despite a lot of threats and risks in the Northeast Asian region, we do not have an effective confidence-building, trust-building initiative or programs in place, or a security cooperative mechanism. I think we need to analyze the different security interests, and we need to start developing what can ultimately become a security cooperative mechanism. And I think this is where we need to really focus a lot of our energy and efforts in the future.
First question, I completely agree with what you said. The US-ROK alliance is more important today, not just for the stability of the Korean Peninsula, but because in this region, in Europe and around the world, we are facing growing authoritarianism and threats to the rule-based order. And those in Korea who recognize that this is about the stability of the Korean Peninsula, but also the international system and the rules-based order and the democratic values that we cherish. Those are the most ardent supporters of the US-Korea alliance, like yourself. And because of Ukraine and because of Gaza, because of pressure on Taiwan, I think that's why 90% of Koreans support the alliance. It's not just the Korean Peninsula. And the same is true for Australia, Japan, and NATO. It's not that the US is suddenly more lovable. We're not. It's that people realize what's at stake. And it goes to the second question about the Quad. The Quad was created to provide public goods, to save people affected by the tsunami. And Korea's participation in the Quad should be animated by the same priority. But providing public goods, another way to think of that is, that's also investing in resilience and capacity and stability in the Pacific Islands, in Southeast Asia and South Asia. And that's critical for security, because the war with Japan, World War I in Europe, World War II in Europe, we had authoritarian revisionist states with grievances, threatening the regional order. But one of the main reasons it ended up in a war was because of the weakness of the Balkans in World War I, the weakness of Central Europe, Czechoslovakia and Poland in World War II, the weakness of China and Europe's Southeast Asian colonies before World War II. Those states' weakness, their vulnerability, was a threat that the democratic world didn't fully recognize. Now we're investing with the Quad, but also in other ways, in capacity and resilience in the Pacific Islands and Southeast Asia. And so the public goods focus of the Quad, which is a natural thing for Korea, is investing in security and stability, ultimately, because it makes it harder for revisionist coercion against small states. You need the rules-based order, but you need to invest in the capacity and resilience of those states. So I think that's a very natural agenda for Korea to align with India and with other Quad members, whether or not there's formal membership or not.
Thank you. I'm being pressured really hard by this to end this thing. I will just end by saying that when our President Yoon Suk-yeol, gave his address to the U.S. Congress, it was an excellent speech that had multiple standing ovations. I looked back to the speech that President Syngman Rhee gave at the Congress, and I was startled to find out that there are many passages in the two speeches that you could just interchange. What does that mean? For almost 70 years, the bilateral alliance relations has remained remarkably consistent, okay? Despite all the ups and downs. I think it's most timely that we title this conference as Beyond 70. I look at Beyond 70 as not just simply doing what we've been doing in terms of the alliance. I look at it as a beyond the Korean Peninsula. I think that the alliance should take its stock and all the strength that we have to take it globally and deal with global problems together with the United States. And on that note, I'd like to thank the three excellent panelists, so let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much, our moderator and panelists, for your enthusiastic discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them once again a big round of applause. And our next session, Trilateral Cooperation in Economic and Technology Security, will begin at 3. Please come back to our channel by 3 for another fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. Now we will start our last session, Trilateral Cooperation in Economic and Technology Security. This session will proceed both in English and Korean. Channel 1 is for English and Channel 2 for Korean. 이번 세션은 영문
This session will be proceeded in English and or Korean. So for English, press channel 1. For Korean, channel 2.
Please welcome the moderator of the session, President Tae-ho Park of Lee & Co. Global Commerce Institute, with a big round of applause. President Park, the floor is yours now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm Tae-ho Park. I'm the moderator for session 3 on Korea, US, Japan cooperation in economic and technology security. In this session, we have prominent experts from the US, Japan, and Korea. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our panelists to you. From the US, we have Mireya Solis, the director of the Center for East Asia Policy Studies at the Brookings Institute. Joining from Japan, Kazuto Suzuki, professor of the Graduate School of Public Policy at the University of Tokyo. And from Korea, we have Yoon Jong-wang, Secretary to the President for Economic Security at the Office of the President of the Republic of Korea, and Hyo-young Lee, Professor of International Trade and Economic Security Studies at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, are here with us. Before we begin, I would like to provide a brief overview of the session's procedure. I would like to ask each panelist to make their initial remarks for maximum 15 minutes. The shorter, the better. Following the remarks of all panelists, I will spend another 10 minutes or so for additional discussions among panelists. We can ask to each other. And the remaining time will be used for Q&As from the floor. Since we have 90 minutes, I ask panelists to keep their remarks within the given time limits. Before we invite panelists, let me say a very short remarks on the background of the session. Most of all, having a session for trilateral cooperation in economic and technology security with experts from Korea, Japan, US is timely and significantly important. As you all know, the Yoon Suk-yeol administration has made great efforts not only to strengthen the Korea-US alliance, but also to improve Korea-Japan relations since its inception. And already meaningful results have been produced. In addition, last August, President Biden invited President Yoon Suk-yeol and Prime Minister Kishida Fumio to Camp David and held a trilateral summit. As far as I know, this is the first time in history that a separate Korea-US-Japan summit has been held, drawing worldwide attention at the time. Meanwhile, it would be important to note that the world trade environment faces extremely challenging conditions, with the Russia-Ukraine as well as Israel-Hamas wars and the hegemonic rivalry between the US and China and various countries' unilateral actions based on their domestic political agenda. Nonetheless, the global trade governance led by WTO is not addressing these issues properly. In addition, the US-China hegemonic competition expands the scope of national security to economic and technology areas. Considering all this, cooperation among like-minded countries is becoming ever more important. With this as a background, I have asked the panelists, Dr. Wang, Dr. Solis, and Professor Suzuki, to prepare a short presentation on the Korea-US-Japan cooperation in economic and technology security areas from their country's points of view. And to the last panelist, Professor Hyo-young Lee, I asked her to briefly address the Korea-US-Japan trilateral cooperation from the global economic and political perspectives. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Yun-jung Wang first. Dr. Wang, floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for inviting me to this distinguished forum. And I'm going to first just discuss what we achieved the last 1.5 years through the bilateral and trilateral economic security dialogue and also the technology dialogue. So my fellow just prepared the Korean text, but I'm just saying in Korean in more detail. So I think translation is already prepared. 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
대통령 인수위 과정에서
So in the transitional
참여를 했고요.
period of
경제
the Yoon
이분과에서
administration, I
다뤘던
was part of the team,
중요 사항은
the transition team,
산업 쪽하고
and we focused on industry and trade.
그래서 제가 특히 통상 분야를
So I
관할을
was
했었는데
responsible for the
인수위
trade
과정에서 이제
sector.
우리 박철희
And in
원장님도
that
참여를
process, actually,
외교 안보 분과에서
Chancellor Park was
바로 이
responsible
경제 안보
for
이슈를
diplomacy.
이제 다루고 또
And
대통령실에
that dealt
그전에
with
없었던
economy
경제
and
안보
security.
부서관이라는 것은
And
이제 신설한 거라는
actually,
그런 얘기를 들었고
now
사실
I
저하고
heard that the
경제
Economic
그 외교 안보
Security
분과하고
Office
많은
will
그
be
논의를
launched,
했습니다.
which is for the
그때까지
first
제가
time in
주로
Korea.
저는 이제 산업과 통상 쪽을
So
담당해
before
왔는데
I was in charge of
경제
trade and
안보의 그
industry
담론으로
for the majority of my
한국에서
career.
진행되고 있던 것은
And
결국 미국과
in
중국
Korea,
사이에서
we focused
한국의
on
어떤 선택을 과연 어떻게 해야
Korea's
될
choice
것이냐,
between the
또
US and
경제와
China,
안보 사이의
and
그 균형을
how to
어떻게
strike a
찾아갈
balance
것이냐,
between
이게 굉장히
economy
중요한
and
이슈였습니다.
security. This was
그래서
a
제가
top
경위를 자세히
priority
말씀드릴 수
in
없지만은
Korea. I cannot give you all the
대통령실에
detail
새로
today,
생기는 이
but
경제안보 분과
the Economic
경제안보
Security
비서관실에
Office
제가 그 임명되는 그런 영광을
was
누리게
kicked
됐다는
off, and I
말씀을
became
먼저 드리고
secretary to the president
제가
for that specific
임명되자마자
office, which was a
시작했던
huge
가장
honor.
중요한 것은
And
한미 정상 회의가 곧
of course,
준비가 되었고요.
ROK-U.S.
그때 바이든
summit
대통령이
came
이제
out
한국에
as a
오셨을 때
result, and
처음
when
도착한
President
장소가
Biden
여러분들 기억나실지
visited
모르겠지만
Korea,
평택에 있는
I'm not sure
삼성
whether you remember it,
반도체
but he
공장이죠.
visited the
제가 그
semiconductor
현장에
plant
있었고요.
in
거기서
Pyeongtaek, which was
우리가
a Samsung
경제안보의
plant, and I was there.
상징적인 것이
And
무엇인가 이렇게
actually, what's
생각했을 때
symbolic
바이든
about
대통령이 트럼프 기간을
economic and
지나고 나서 바이든
security
대통령이 된
partnership
다음에
is that after
미국의
President
NSC에서
Biden was
가장
inaugurated,
주도적으로
the
했던
US
첫 번째 일
NSC
중에 하나가 공급망과
pushed
관련된
its initiative
그러한
with
것들을
respect to
관리해
supply
나가는
chain.
것입니다. 그래서 네
So
가지
it
분야에
aggressively
있어서 공급망
looked into
관리를
that
했고
area.
그때
So
이제 제일 중요한 게
it had four
반도체,
pillars, and
그다음에 이제
semiconductor, battery,
히토류, 그다음에
and
의약품,
also
코로나
rare
팬데믹이
earth
있었기
as
때문에
well as
의약품에
pharmaceuticals
관련된
were
마스크
the
대량
four
같은 것도
pillars.
한국에 있었고
And the
그러다 보니까
pharmaceuticals and
이
medical
4대
devices,
공급망에
that was
대한
because of the
대비계획 같은 게
pandemic
미국에서도
and the lack of
발표되고
masks.
이 반도체 칩 하나가
So
없을 때 모든 생산 과정이 상당히
now chip
어려움을 겪게
is
되고
key
디스럽션이
to
발생하게
semiconductor
되니까
supply
이
chain,
공급망의
and
회복
the lack of
탄력성,
chip can
리질리언스를
disrupt the
가져가는
supply
것이 이제
chain.
굉장히 중요하다는
So
것을 했고 그런
regaining resilience of
과정에서
the supply chain
미국에서
was one of
이
the key
반도체에 대한
priorities.
관심이 그 어느
And
때보다도 컸던 것이고
the US
그런
became
측면에서
highly
트럼프
interested
대통령
in that
시절에도
area.
평택
So
공장을 보고 굉장히
during the
놀랐던
Trump
그 시절이
administration,
있지만
well, at
바이든
the time,
대통령이
the officials were
경제안보의
surprised
상징적인
to
그
see the
현장을
Pyeongtaek
찾아오신 것
plant.
같습니다.
But anyways,
그리고 난 다음에
the
저는 바로
staff
미국과
of Biden
경제 안보
administration
대화
and the
채널을
president himself visited
만들어냈습니다. 그래서
Pyeongtaek plant.
그 당시에 이제 바로
And
첫
that
번째
led
오셨을 때
to the
한미
economic
간의
security
경제 안보
dialogue.
대화를 해서
So
그리고 그
the
이후에
first
바로 7월
dialogue
달에
was held
미국에
during
가서 다양한
the
분야에
summit,
걸쳐서 경제
on
안보
the
이슈를
sideline of the summit,
점검해 봤습니다.
and then we
여기 계신
revisited many
옆에
issues.
오신 분이 브루킹스에서
Now,
오셨는데
we
바로
have a
제
speaker from
카운터파트가 타론
Brookings
차브나라고 이제
Institution,
그 당시에
and
타론
actually my
차브라라는
counterpart was Chavana,
이 브루킹스에 있다가 이제 바이든 정부에 이제 참여해서 이
who
경제
served at the
안보를
Brookings
담당하고 있었고
Institution,
또 한 분이
and
피터
then I
하렐이라는
was
분이
responsible for
있었는데요.
economy
저는
under
이제 이 두
Biden
사람하고 같이 이 한국
administration,
한미
and I
간의
also
경제와
worked with Peter
안보의
Hyman.
대화에서 어떤 협력을 하는
Anyways,
것이 중요한가? 거기서
we
가장 중요한 이슈는 여전히
looked into what areas to
공급망의
focus
안정화를
or
위해서
to cover
한미 간에 할 수 있는 여러 가지
within the
이슈를
dialogue,
다루고
and then we
그다음에
looked
미래
at
세대의
what
우리가
ROK and
첨단
US can
기술이라는
do
이런
in terms of
분야에
supply
있어서
chain,
기술
and also
보호와
about
함께
state-of-the-art
어떻게 한미 간의
technology.
기술
How
협력을
can the
해나가야
two
돼? 이 두
countries better
가지에 초점을
cooperate
맞춰서
in the
작업을 해왔다 이렇게 볼 수
technology
있습니다.
sector?
그러면서 이제 한미 간의 경제
And
안보
then,
대화를
as I
만들어내는데
mentioned,
안타깝게도
the economic security
작년에는
dialogue
한일 간의 경제
was
안보
launched,
대화 채널은
but
구축하지
last year
못했습니다.
we were not
그런데
able
제
to
카운터파트의
establish the
파트인
dialogue.
타론
But
차브라가
my
저한테
counterpart,
일본하고
Chabra,
한번 같이
proposed
3자로
that we
경제 안보 대화를
have
하면 어떻겠냐
a
그런
trilateral
얘기를 제안을 했고 좋은 생각이다.
cooperation
그래서 금년
that
2월에
includes Japan, and I loved
미국이죠.
the idea. So
호놀룰루에서
in Honolulu,
3자 경제 안보
US,
대화를 시작했습니다.
we
한일
kicked
간의
off
양자 간의
the
경제 안보
trilateral
대화는 아직 구축되지
cooperation.
못한 상태에서
At the time,
한미
we
일이
did not
먼저
have
시작됐습니다.
bilateral
그리고 이 한미를
relationship
이제
or
경제 안보
ties
대화에서는
restored
한미 간의
with
이미
Japan,
얘기된
but we
어떤
started
그
with
주제뿐만
trilateral
아니라
cooperation first.
미국과
So we not only
일본에는 그
covered what I
일본
just
사이에는 이제
mentioned,
쿼드에도
but
같이
between
참여를
US and
하지만은
Japan,
또
they not only
나름대로
engage in Quad, but
미일 간의 경제 안보가 긴밀하게 이미 논의가
they
되고
are
있었습니다. 그래서
closely
이 3자 틀
interconnected
안에서
in
다양한
economy
주제를
and
한번
security.
다뤄보자라고
So we
해서
wanted
첫
to
번째
look
회의가
into that
열리게
within
되었고요.
the
그
trilateral
이후에
framework,
캠프
which led
데이비드에서
to the
또
dialogue. And
정상회의를
then
준비하는
at Camp
과정에서
David, as
3자
we
경제
prepared
안보
for the
대화를 좀 더
summit,
내실 있게
we
가져가자고 하면서
decided
논의가
to
진행되어
come
왔다
up with
이렇게 말씀드릴 수
concrete
있겠습니다.
action plans.
그
at
상세한
Camp David.
내용들은 이미 캠프 데이비드의 경제 안보 파티에서 상세하게
Now,
그 내용들이 포함되어 있기 때문에
well,
여러분들은 아마
I'm sure
그걸
that you
다시
know all the details
둘러보시면은
of what happened at Camp
아시겠지만
David.
상당히 포괄적인 내용들이 있습니다.
It was quite
경제 안보의 제일 중요한
comprehensive.
축은 저희가 볼
So
때는 두
one main
가지랍니다.
pillar
하나는
of economic security is
공급망의
this.
안정성을
So
확보하는
first,
이슈.
the
그다음에 두 번째는
stability of the supply
미래의
chain
첨단 핵심
and
기술에
the
있어서
state-of-the-art
한미일
technology
3국이
of the future.
공동으로
The three countries
우월성을 확보할 수 있는 방법에 대해서
need to
고민하고요. 그
gain
이외에 여러 가지
supremacy.
기타 이슈에 대해서도
And we
그때그때
also talked
다루게 되는
about
것이다 이렇게
relevant
말씀드릴
issues
수가
of the
있겠습니다.
time.
제가 뭐 요 정도까지 말씀드리고요.
So,
한미 간에 지금 현재 이루어지는
now,
것은 아마 다음 달 연내에
ROK and US, I
핵심
think
신흥
that
기술이라고 하는
within
크리티컬한 이머징
this
테크놀로지
year, critical
관련한
emerging
다이얼로그를 지금
technology
준비 중에 있습니다.
dialogue
그래서
will
거기서 앞으로 한미
take
양국이
place.
차세대의
And I believe
핵심
that the
신흥
two
기술에 있어서
countries will
경쟁력을
be
발휘하기
able to
위해서는 어떤
cooperate
분야를
in
서로
the critical
협력해야 되냐. 그 분야가
emerging
굉장히
technologies. So how to
다양하다고
better
볼 수 있는데요.
cooperate in that
어떤 분야에서
sector is something that we
어떤
will
성과를 낼 수
discuss.
있을지는
And
앞으로 우리가
what
더 노력하게
achievement we can
달려
make
있다고
together
생각됩니다.
is also something that we will look
퀀텀이라든지
at.
또
Quantum technology, technology, AI,
바이오라든지 반도체 배터리 많은 영역에 있어서 한미 간의 협력할 영역이 많이 무궁무진하다. 이 정도 일단 제가 말씀드리고 지금까지 저희가 이루어냈던 성과를 말씀드리겠습니다.
Close our achievement, my remarks.
You explain quite detailed procedures how you have come to now in the area of economic and security areas with the U.S. and also trilateral relations. Maybe some other panelists may ask you about something else, later on.
Yeah.
Then I invite Dr. Solis. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park. And I would like to say that it's such a pleasure to be here at the Seoul Diplomatic Forum. And I've enjoyed all the presentations so far. And I'm looking forward to the conversation on economic security. And for my brief set of remarks, I would like to make three broad points. One, I would like to highlight why economic security is high stakes for the three countries that we're discussing this afternoon. Second, I would like to also underscore the opportunities that were created because of the Japan-South Korea rapprochement, because I think it's very important. We're going to talk about trilateral efforts. The United States can do a lot to elevate the potential of that partnership, but without Japan and South Korea reaching a better state for the bilateral relationship, it's not possible to even think about the trilateral possibilities. And lastly, then I'll talk about what can the three countries do together. I think there's a lot, but I also want to highlight some of the implementation challenges, because I think it's important to think about next steps in this agenda. So let me then start briefly with why this is such a high stakes topic for the three countries. And I think that throughout the day, it's been a sovereign landscape, a sovereign picture. We're really going through what I like to refer to as a perfect storm. And some other people use a polycrisis framework. But I think that we're seeing, therefore, the confluence of systemic stressors, and that is generating a response and elevating the significance of economic security. What are these stressors? Well, quite simply, the US-China strategic competition that went from a situation where engagement was a preferred approach to one where mostly the two great powers are defining the relationship in competitive terms. Second, this is happening in the midst of a technological revolution. There's a very fast pace of innovation, and a way to think of these technologies is to think of them as platform technologies. I'm thinking of AI, supercomputing, microelectronics, biotechnology, and these technologies are shaping today and will continue to shape which countries enjoy competitiveness in the economy, but also play a very important role in thinking about military modernization. And that's why we use the term platform, because they really affect everything around us. We're still recovering somewhat from the pandemic, and the pandemic highlighted the vulnerabilities that can come from supply chains. But now we also have another very important source of stress, and that is conflict in the international system, and in particular war in Europe, and now the instability in the Middle East. Now, the combined effect of all these risk factors is something that Chancellor Park actually mentioned very early this morning, and that is the securitization of international economic relations. And what is happening is that states more and more are devising new policy tools to regulate international economic transactions. And therefore, they're trying both to protect themselves, but to advance their technological competitiveness. But very importantly, this rethink about economic statecraft is taking place in the aftermath of the global supply chain revolution. So we continue to operate in a very deeply integrated world economy, and that is a very important context to understand the evolution of economic security. So we are now, of course, all focused on supply chains and the choke points in supply chains, and because that provides leverage, whichever country can use that choke point is indeed a very important source of influence in the international system. And importantly, we here talk about self-resilience, autonomy, but it's not about autarky, because autarky, turning completely inward, is the fastest way to irrelevance. So the idea is how you activate these state intervention tools, how you think about your the competitiveness that your industry has, and then how you think about your international projection because of your place in the supply chain. So I think that this is therefore very important context to understand where we're at, why economic security is important in terms of boosting competitiveness, exercising influence, trying to hedge against vulnerabilities, and seeking out your partners, because trust has become ever more significant. And with this context, then let me turn to what these three countries that we are going to be talking about today, but in particular, let me start with the Japan-South Korea angle, which I think is so significant. You know, in the past few years, we've gone from a place where bilateral relations were in a very low, at a very low point. 2018, 2019, I think that the bilateral climate was very negative. And actually, one of the biggest concerns is that there was going to be spillover effect, and therefore that these historic issues that still are so important in the bilateral relation would spill over and have negative influence over economic relationship, but also the security relationship. And maybe all of you are very familiar in 2019, the export control row between Japan and South Korea, when Japan tightened its export controls on some very important advanced chemicals, delisted South Korea from its white list, and South Korea reciprocating in kind, also delisting Japan from its preferred white list and initiating a WTO case. So again, this was a very negative moment in the relationship where we're all hoping that it wouldn't go farther from there. Now, fast forward to today, and I think we're in a completely different place. And it's very much, I think, that the agent of change here has been President Yoon, who broke the stalemate that had characterized Japan-ROK relations during this period. And the repair work has started. And this export control row has largely been addressed. And both countries have now relisted one another as preferred partners in their white list. And the WTO case has been set aside. Now, I think that economic security in many ways is an area where Japan and South Korea can cooperate deeply, and they also have great opportunity to then work together with the United States. I find that Japan and South Korea are in many ways thinking similarly about economic security issues, because they both have a very deep, vast economic relation with China, but also their foremost security partner, the alliance with the United States, is the anchor to their security policy. Both Japan and South Korea are thinking mostly about de-risking. Decoupling was never popular, was never really seen as an alternative. And I think that they're both very interested in working with the United States and making sure that the United States sticks by this notion of small yard, high fence when talking about export controls, and promotes true friendshoring, not just onshoring, and that there's a lot of consultation among all parties because the stakes are very high. We're talking about the most advanced economic sectors for each country, and therefore we could not be thinking about a more important set of industries at stake. Now, I think that geopolitics is very much informing the rationale for why now these three countries are thinking about economic security as an anchor to a trilateral partnership. And they've moved very quickly from the Phnom Penh Declaration of last fall to now the Camp David principles. And I do think there is vast potential as to what these three countries can do together. When you think about it, we're talking about liberal democracies with advanced technological sectors. When they're thinking about the synergy among them, well, many areas come into mind. One is, for example, to come together to think about the next set of standards for the responsible use of emerging technologies like AI. There's also complementarities. Of course, companies among the three countries compete a lot, but in many ways, these countries, broadly speaking, occupy different places in the semiconductor supply chain, and therefore there is a lot of room for cross-investment. And the investment of Samsung, for example, in Japan recently is an important development. So there's a lot also on the technology and the joint research development. But to keep my comments short, I would like to highlight an area where there's great potential, but we see the implementation challenges, and that is export controls. And I think it's important to understand that there's been a major rethink in the US government, certainly with the Biden administration, on what is the main objective of technological competition with China. And we saw National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan offer a very important speech last September, where he basically made the case that the old policies of the past no longer work in the context of a more powerful China, but one that is increasingly using these civil-military fusion practices to use technology that may be commercially widely available and using it, transferring it for its own development of advanced weaponry. And therefore that the past approach, that it was enough to stay 1 or 2 generations ahead of China is no longer enough, but that it's important to think about some sensitive industries, technologies, where stalling Chinese deepening, technological deepening becomes the new goal. And this new interpretation of what it takes to compete with China on technology was later on very quickly translated in the October 7th export control rule, which is of great ambition, and the basic thrust of it is to try to prevent the supply of very advanced chips to China that can be used to train AI models and also for super computing. And importantly, for the United States, as soon as the October 7th export control was issued, it was important for the United States to bring allies and align policies on export controls. Because frequently we think of economic security as protect technology, promote your own competitiveness, but really the third dimension is equally important, that is partnering with others. And for the United States to build a plurilateral export control regime is a critical mission, because this is how you actually have effective set of controls if you want to prevent the leakage of important technology, because it's easier to have transparency and oversight, that there is no loopholes, that there's no violation of the regime. Also because it increases the legitimacy of the measure, and because it's easier to handle relations with like-minded countries if you don't have to resort to extraterritorial application of export controls, because it generates friction, and you don't create incentives for others to try to design out American producers. So plurilateral export controls make a lot of sense. They're very difficult to generate. And we've seen this play out after October 7th. It took a few months, but the United States was able to quietly negotiate an agreement on semiconductor production equipment that brought into alignment the Netherlands and Japan largely. But it hasn't, we have not seen a similar negotiation with South Korea. And I think it's important to understand that in many ways this has to do with the fact that South Korea has a very different strength in this semiconductor supply chain, but also a vulnerability, and that is the large fab manufacturing operations in China. And for the past year and a half or so, we've seen these fabs, South Korean fabs in China, operate with a temporary reprieve. They can continue to bring that semiconductor equipment, but this creates a lot of uncertainty as to what is going to happen going forward if there's a change in policy. So in my mind, if we think about economic security, there is a strategic convergence, and that's very clear. This is an area where there can be a lot of synergy. But when it actually comes to the hard task of crafting economic security coalitions that have to deal with different legal regimes, different overall China policies, and different strengths in the semiconductor supply chain, this becomes a real challenge, and we should all be coming together to think through the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You raised a number of issues. I think many, maybe the panelists or people from the audience will ask something. For example, you said AI principles we have to create among 3 countries, but related to this, maybe digital trade.
Yeah.
We don't have any rules for digital trade. And also you mentioned plurilateral export controls. Sounds very important, but if you go to individual countries like Korea, for example, our companies do not know whether what they are doing, whether this is against the export control of the United States. So what I'm saying is here, to enhance the awareness or share the mechanism together, just, export control is important and plurilateral export control is very, very important. This is okay, but we have to share some schemes, US is the far advanced country in doing that. Maybe we can have some separate meeting which are controlling export items for the strategic items, and share the knowledge and methods to control this, because otherwise we talk about this importance, but in practice, ordinary companies doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So maybe you can talk about that too. Now I want to invite Professor Kazuto. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Park, and thank you very much for the Seoul Diplomacy Forum to giving me an opportunity to speak. And I think this is a fantastic moment that when we talk about trilateral without naming a country, and this is the U.S. ROK alliance, and it is natural that Japan comes in as a trilateral partner. And I think this is a humongous progress of not only the trilateral, but also the bilateral relationship between Japan and ROK. So I think I am very happy to sit here and to talk about trilateral cooperation on the economy and technology security. And I think one of the points that I'd like to make is that Japan has been perhaps one of the few countries which started the concept of economic security earlier than the pandemic, because Japan has a very painful experience of 2010 when the Japanese Coast Guard ship was collided with the Chinese fishing vessels, and when we arrested the captain of the fishing vessel, then China stopped exporting the rare earth mineral, and that has directly hit on the Japanese automobile industry, and we have difficulties of exporting the hybrid cars. So that was a very significant impact, which was shared not only the governmental officials, but also the industry. And this is where, as Mr. Park said, that in Japan, there are certain understanding between the government and industry that they are facing the same threats. If the other countries are using economic coercion, it is not the government alone which has an impact, but also it is the industry which would take the bullet first. So in order to make their business sustainable and stable, it needs to have certain measures to limit and mediate the risks. And mediating the risks on this global supply chain is to reduce the overdependence and to establish some sort of a strategic autonomy. And as Milea said, that autonomy is not autarky. It is not to do everything alone, but it is to do to secure the supply chain through the trustworthy networks. And I think this concept of trustworthy is extremely important, because if you are depending on the supply chain which you cannot trust and which that can change quickly and frequently and unexpectedly, then that is damaging the stability and predictability of the businesses. So it's not just about the national security matters, but it is also the business matters. So in order to promote the economic security, in Japanese understanding, that it has to be done in association with the businesses and the government, and it is not about the security alone, and it is about the businesses as well. So in that regard, we are now seeking a much more wider network of trustworthy supply chain, and this is initially the relationship with United States and now with South Korea, and to that extent we are now discussing the IPEF. So currently we have been discussing about the IPEF in San Francisco, and there was an agreement on the supply chain resilience. Although this is just a sort of a broader framework, and then there are the nitty-gritty has to be discussed in the commission, so it hasn't really established yet. But I think this kind of framework is extremely important. And the trilateral partnership with United States and ROK, this is the meaning, this is the motor of the IPEF, setting up this framework in IPEF and deciding what to do in this broader framework. So the Japan, US, and ROK will be the center of the supply chain resilience networking, and we are going to set the standard of what we do in order to increase our resilience, in order to reduce our over-dependence. And I think this is the time that we need to think about that the economic rationality alone cannot be dominated in the supply chain construction. Because for many years, after the end of Cold War, the last 30 years we have been doing to pursue the economic optimization. We are looking for the best place to invest, the best partner to trade, and to maximize the interest of the revenues and the profitabilities of the companies. And those are the most efficient, and the free trade agreement were generally to provide the legal framework for the companies to find the optimum partners for the trade and investment. The problem is that if you choose the best and optimum trade and investment partners, that tend to go to China. And the China, as its political system, it will be very, China has been using the economy as a weapon to force against other countries to change their policies. So this is what we call the economic coercion, and we have experienced that in 2010, and I think in South Korea in 2017, when the third deployment has made, and then China has decided not to send tourists to South Korea. So these kind of things are taking place over and over, not only against Japan nor ROK, but also against Australia for wine and beef and coal and many other things, for Norway, for salmon, the Lithuania. China doesn't hesitate to use the economic tools against the other countries which are not really inconsistent with the Chinese strategy. So in order to avoid such a disruption of the supply chain for the political reasons, we need to set up the framework to make sure that economic rationale alone is not the best solution to find out to construct the supply chain. But in order to make the supply chain resilient and stable, we need to find the trustworthy networks. So I think we have to change our minds. In the last 30 years, we have been thinking that the world should be free and open and globalized. But it is no longer the time that we can enjoy such apolitical economic system. The politics and economy are no longer separated. The politics and economy are fused because, as China has done in the civil military fusion, the politics and economy are fused together and to be used for the political purposes. So this is the time that economy is embedded in the political context, and we need to think that if the politics is embedded, the economy is embedded in the politics, then how to reshape our economy according to our political relationship. And in that regard, the trilateral cooperation is extremely important. However, it is also important to recognize that at the industrial level, United States company, Japanese company, and the Korean companies are competing each other in the market. So Hyundai is competing with Toyota, Samsung is competing with Sony and Mitsubishi and whoever. So once there is an economic coercion by other country, then that may also be the case that for example, if China has exercised the economic coercion against Japan, then it may create the opportunity for the South Korean to take the market, which is already, the Japanese companies are suppressed. So in the economic reality, it is extremely difficult to coordinate at the national level because the companies are more autonomous to make decisions and these managerial decisions of competing in the market. So how do we coordinate that in the real world? And I think, again, this is one of the clauses which are adopted in the supply chain resilience in the IPEF is that the government and industry should have a dialogue. And this is only a recommendation, but I think one of the success of the Japanese Economic Security Promotion Act is based on the shared understanding of the necessity for the companies to refrain itself from only acting for its company's profitability purposes, but to concern and consider the economic security implications. And I think it is important for this kind of understanding will be spread among the allied partners, and in order to do so we need to have a certain dialogue, not just government-to-government dialogue, but also the government-industry dialogue. So this sort of a two-way street needs to be established in the parallel to the trilateral coordination. So in that regard, I think what I am expecting what I propose to do is that Japan and the United States have the economic 2+2, which is the ministerial meetings between the foreign ministers, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Secretary of State, and the Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry, and Secretary of Commerce. So we can do this sort of a trilateral economic 2+2, so it's not the 2+2, well, it's a 2+2 anyway. So it's going to be a six ministers meeting together and figuring out what will be the best way to promote a multilateral framework like IPEF, and how to coordinate between the two countries to make a dialogue with an industries, and how to do what we call the backfill when some coercion happens, then other countries try to fill the case, how to avoid the backfill and how to support each other in case of the supply chain disruption in one country, and how to support others. For example, when China has exercised the import ban of the Taiwanese pineapple, the Prime Minister Abe by then he promoted the buy Taiwanese pineapple campaign, and the 80% of the pineapple export shifted to Japan from Taiwan. And that was a kind of way to support in case of the economic coercion. If our friends are in trouble, then we need to support each other. And that is perhaps the most valuable part of having this trilateral alliance, and to have the coordination of the economic security among three countries. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suzuki. You actually mentioned very detailed suggestions too, 2+2+2 among three countries. But when we say IPF for resilient supply chain, we want to share among IPF, is particularly three countries. But for example, one principle should be reducing over-dependence on certain countries. We don't have to mention China, but we can say that. But for other kind of principles, if you designate some region or countries, then that will provoke China. So, for example, the IRA of the United States specifically mentioned foreign country of concern or whatever. So we should be a little bit more, practical and wiser. For example, many people are suggesting instead of mentioning China, we include the criteria for climate change or human rights protection. That kind of criteria, if you introduce in addition to the resilient supply chain, but we can actually achieve some kind of a global goal, which is naturally, doing something we can achieve without mentioning any specific country's name. One more interesting thing you mentioned is that competition among three countries. We are cooperating to each other, competition. Again, Chips and Science Act, the United States, which criticized the government subsidies of China very much. Now they are subsidizing hugely the semiconductor industries. And also IRA also seem to be discriminating against even Japan and Korea. So that's the thing, we normal, ordinary people don't understand. We talk about trilateral cooperation, but all the Korean companies are investing in the United States. Some people are worrying, what about Korea? You are leaving to Japan. So we have to also consider that kind of aspect. Well, in any case, I will invite Professor Lee for the last panelist to...
Yes, thank you very much. I will focus on, although you asked about to talk about the global economic order. I will mention some of that during the presentation, but I will focus first of all on the current status of the trilateral policy coordination in terms of economic security and technology security, because I think those economic security and technology security are taking a little bit different stance because they're being different policy tools are actually being used to promote economic security and technology security, and different issues seem to be becoming more important, which determines the level of the trilateral coordination among the three countries. And lastly, I'll also mention about the role of the trilateral cooperation in the international economic order, and maybe also touch upon a little bit about digital trade rules in the IPF. So first of all, let me share with you some of my opinions about the current status of the trilateral coordination in terms of our economic security and technology security policies. In terms of economic security, I believe that there has been a lot of coordination of policies established for the purpose of strengthening economic security by the respective nations, US, Japan, and Korea, in addition to EU and other major countries like Australia and other countries. And as we all know, these policies have taken the form of industrial policy, which is mainly subsidization policy, which is, of course, aimed at increasing the competitiveness of respective key industries, and also taking the form of supply chain restructuring, such as reshoring or nearshoring or cooperation with other countries which have the resources. And so this is mainly to decrease the excessive reliance on certain countries for the critical inputs necessary for the manufacturing of the key industries, obviously. So although these policies to strengthen economic security have been triggered mainly by the US, because US has been the first to announce the 4 supply chain restructuring industry areas, and it has actually led the effort for revival of the industrial policy. They have actually also raised the awareness that other countries have been very vulnerable to this high reliance on critical inputs on certain countries. And so although it was led by the US, a positive factor or a positive dimension of this situation is, I think that we have now all become aware that we have been very vulnerable to this high dependence of delivery or the supply of very important inputs in our manufacturing industries on certain countries, the concentration of supply. So as a result, although in the beginning there has been a lot of resistance by the legislations of the US and the economic security policies led by the US, I think eventually major countries have become more acknowledged about and understand the necessity of these policies to increase our respective economic security situations. And so we all seem to be going along a very similar path that the US is going. So major countries have introduced their own industrial policies to step up their competitiveness and are doing their own respective supply chain restructuring and concluding or signing agreements with other countries that have the sources to become alternative sources of critical inputs and so on. So while this policy coordination may be far better than policy fragmentation, I think that it actually also creates a problem of going against the existing liberal international economic order, as we all know. So from the perspective of the existing WTO rules, the industrial policies are basically subsidization policies, so these are against WTO subsidies rules. And there's a lot of element of discrimination, which is also against WTO rules. And so there's a lot of inconsistency with the existing global international order. And it also implies a subsidies war. So countries who can afford to provide subsidies, they can become more competitive. But those developing countries which cannot afford, they cannot join this international competitiveness in becoming more competitive. And so I think richer countries will become rich, poor countries will become poor. But aside from this negative aspect, I think that, as Dr. Suzuki has mentioned, by now we need to acknowledge the fact that we are not living in the same world that we were 30 or 40 years ago, when environmental issues were not as serious as today, because now environmental disasters are causing issues that are directly linked to national security, and also the digital trade-related issues and the data flow issues have become so important that it's directly linked to our national security issues as well. And so basically we need new rules that reflect the new realities that we are living in. And I think that not only in terms of supply chain, but in terms of technology and other issues involved, we need new rules that can reflect the security aspects of these formerly purely economic issues. And secondly, in terms of technology security, compared to economic security, I think the level of policy coordination among our three countries is a little bit more wanting, meaning it is, while in terms of economic security, we have all become more coordinated in terms of pursuing the same policies. In terms of technology security, we may be diverging a little bit more because, as Dr. Solis has mentioned, technology security measures are mainly export controls and investment restrictions, both inbound and outbound investments. And they have been mostly US-led as well, and more unilaterally applied. And so although the US has tried to and in order to increase the effectiveness of these export control measures or the investment measures, they have tried to apply them extraterritorially and apply the FDPR rule, for example, and to make them more multilateral by making them plurilateral in the first place, as Dr. Solis mentioned. But however, I think that trilateral coordination on the technology security front may be more difficult because, as Dr. Suzuki mentioned, technology is an area where it is a future industry relies upon. And the level of technology that each country has determines the level of competitiveness, national competitiveness. So the power on the global stage is actually determined by the level of technology that that country is able to use. And so technology is a very sensitive area where countries can cooperate on the outside. They can proclaim that they want to cooperate, but when you go into the details, it's really difficult because it involves a lot of IPR issues and a lot of proprietary information. So it's basically trade secret from the company's perspective. And so, it's also the fact that the US is very sensitive about technology going into China because it can also be used for more military purposes. However, one of the positive aspects of technology security policy, however, is the fact that the US government has decided to take the small yard, high fence policy approach. Meaning that it is trying to use strong regulations on only a targeted, narrow scope of products and industries, which are critical to dual-use technology. And these are 3 industry areas or product areas: advanced semiconductors, and quantum computing, and AI, artificial intelligence. And so basically, the US government has identified these 3 areas as the targeted areas to impose very strong export controls and investment restrictions. And so I think that this is actually quite desirable, because rather than having a very broad decoupling of in terms of technology, the decoupling approach would be quite devastating, not only to China, but also to the US and also the rest of the world, because it would in the end imply fragmentation of the global international order. And lastly, I would also like to mention about what the role of trilateral cooperation can play for the international economic order. I believe that the bringing back stability and predictability to the international economic order is very important, because that is basically what our companies want. They can follow the new rules if we have new rules in place. But what they want is the stability and predictability from the rules, because they want to know what the rules they can play by. And so we need, as I mentioned previously, because of the changing realities and the importance of security issues nowadays, we need new rules that reflect the new realities. And I believe that our trilateral cooperation can work as an alliance in the rulemaking area. But having said that, I would also like to mention that we were actually quite disappointed that the recent IPF negotiations were not really able to strike a deal on the trade, on the Pillar 1 trade pillar. They achieved results in the rest of the 3 pillars, which are actually not binding. So it wasn't very difficult for them to reach an agreement. But they were not able to reach any agreement on the trade rules, Pillar 1, which is actually the most important part in the IPF, I believe. And if we were able to come up with a new agreement for the trade pillar, I believe that we could achieve a new rules that could apply to the Asia-Pacific region, and we could start as an experiment, and then this could move on, or this could be benchmarked by other regions, like the APEP in the Latin American region and the African region as well. So, although the negotiators say that the IPF negotiations could be continued into the next year, we expect that the next year will be very complicated due to various political events that is coming up, especially the US presidential elections next year. And so I believe that it is highly likely that the momentum for the IPF negotiations will be significantly weakened, unfortunately, which is also very bad news, I think, for the international global society as a whole. So I would like to emphasize that perhaps the trilateral cooperation could work to play a leadership role in the IPF to conclude the negotiations in the trade pillar. And especially, I think that one of the key contentious areas in the IPF was digital trade rules. I believe that the US government has had a change in their policy direction in terms of digital trade because of their recent emphasis on big tech regulation. And, but I personally believe that they do have a valid point in emphasizing the importance of considering legitimate public policy space in digital trade, because digital trade involves data flows, which are very sensitive, and it also relates to the technology security issues. And so allowing for a certain space for considering legitimate public policy objectives, I think, is an important initiative. But again, we need to distinguish between the Chinese-led efforts to emphasize data sovereignty issues. So we need to distinguish what we want in terms of legitimate public policy space versus the Chinese version of data sovereignty and data policy space. So I would stop here for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Especially, you mentioned a lot of things, but the role of trilateral cooperation or IPF members in terms of setting a kind of new rules for the future, form of trade or services, whatever. Particularly, every country is doing their own industrial policies, especially subsidy policies, which is governed by WTO, but WTO is not working anymore. So even though we cannot reach the multilateral consensus, we can have some, at least some consensus on certain direction, led by United States, Japan, Korea, and other like-minded countries, will make some contribution to the stabilizing the world trade order to some extent. Okay, we hear all the presentation by 4 panelists. As I promised, I want to spend a few minutes among panelists, starting with Dr. Wang. You want to add something or ask something or make some comments, I will invite you.
Yeah, let me start. In order to understand the dialogue among 3 countries, we must understand the organization of each country. Actually, unlike the Trump administration, Biden administration just followed the Obama administration in the structure in the White House. And particularly, there are 2 organizations. One is the NSC, National Security Council, and the other one is the National Economic Council. This Biden administration, the role of the NSC is very, 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 very strong and powerful, and handling the economic security issues, and at the same time handling the technology issue. So Professor Lee mentioned that Jake Sullivan's small yard and high fence strategy is a kind of the export control, but at the same time it's a policy, a technology policy. But the NEC's role is, if my understanding is correct, I think it's basically handling the exchange rate issues and domestic and global financial issues. So Larry Brannard is playing a role. But Jake Sullivan's the recent paper published in the Foreign Affairs November-December issue is covering the foreign policy, but also very much touching on the economic security issue. So, but in Japan, I think your organization is a little bit different. Yours, the cabinet system has now the economic security team, very small, but in the cabinet, and on the prime minister, you have a small unit, but in the cabinet, you have a much larger, the supply chain management group, but you do not cover in the technology cooperation. So when he just start a dialogue on the trilateral dialogue, we are touching on the many, many issues, but Japan's side is a little bit reluctant to the cooperating in the technology issue. So we are focusing on the economic security issues. So in the economic security issues, the IPEF is multilateral. Now 14 countries are participating, but 3 countries are now showing some leadership. So I suggest that 3 countries, before implementing the Pillar 2 supply chain pillar in the IPEF, we can just start and launch some action team. Then that action team just initiates the implementation. Then also sharing all the important supply chain information. So we set up some embassy level network system. So we already started the embassy level discussion and dialogue among 3 countries. So it's a good progress. And on the technology issue, I think Jacob Sullivan will come to Korea very soon, and Akiba is also coming. So we are going to have a trilateral national security advisor meeting this year, by the end of this year. Then that time we will just sign up some memorable the thing that is basically scientific cooperation framework. So this year, we just try to invite the national labs from the 3 countries. So the U.S. just suggested, it's not fixed, but suggested the Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore and Sandia is a very famous the national lab in the United States, and also Korea also joined that technology cooperation, and Japan side also think about it. So we just start the expert group discussion on how to setting up this kind of a technology cooperation. So this year, by the end of this year, we'll sign up those kind of a technology framework among the cooperation framework among 3 countries. When we have the trilateral national advisors meeting. We have more things, but I will stop here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, I will invite Dr. Solis. Anything add or questions?
Sure. I have 2 set of comments. One is on this notion of the small yard high fence for export controls, which does seem to be the most appropriate way to think about, this important issue of technology restrictions. But again, I find that in theory it sounds the right way to do it. In practice, I think it's very hard to maintain it as laser focused or as narrowed and as disciplined. Because first of all, these technologies that we're talking about have wide applications. So even if there were only 2, 3, 4 that were identified, these are technologies that are influencing a variety of economic sectors, and therefore their impact is felt widely. I also think that, going back to your comment, Mr. Park, they do create a lot of concerns among the private sector, because these are rules that have profound effects, and it means that an important market like China may be off limits, and then you have to rearrange the way in which you were producing chips to be able to make sure that you're in compliance with it. And some firms, American firms like NVIDIA, very quickly adjusted their chips so that they could continue to supply to China just below the standard that had now been established as prohibited. So it's a race of, the government sets the standard, and then industry will adjust, and then will that rule be effective or not, which means that these rules have to be periodically updated. So it's a moving target, and we just saw the latest update a few days ago, and it does represent an expansion of the scope of this rule, because you're trying to address the loopholes like this NVIDIA chip, but also because you're concerned about transshipment circumvention, and therefore there's a new rule that there's certain 40 countries where now Chinese affiliates operating in those countries are going to be more closely monitored to prevent them from cheating on the rule. And by the end of the day, I just don't know what the mechanism is for delisting. So I can see that we're only just expanding the scope and perhaps raising the height of the wall, and what that impact will have on the private sector, I think, is a critical question. And I do want to talk a little bit about the digital economy rules as well, and IPEF. And I find that it has been really a theme throughout the discussion today, and I find very interesting unilateralism and how these networks are critical, thinking through the challenges that the United States, South Korea, Japan, and others face. I find it surprising that when we think about digital economy and when we think about the opportunities that these improvement of Japan-Korea relations create, that we have not discussed yet the possibility of South Korea joining the CPTPP. Because, if there's one concern I would have is that Korea comes late. The previous panel talked about South Korea had come late to some of these security multilaterals, and I think it would be important for South Korea not to be late in joining the CPTPP. And I think that today, Japan and South Korea are in greater agreement on what rules should apply on the digital economy than we just saw with the United States. So with IPEF, I think that the problem here is that there's no domestic consensus in the United States as to what rules should there be in place on digital economy. And therefore, we saw the United States change positions in the WTO and e-commerce very suddenly, no longer pushing for freedom of data flows, which has been the traditional position of the United States in its trade agreements. And the CPTPP does provide the policy space to address regulations for public purposes. So I think that we can square that circle, and it's possible to find a way in which you could still push for freedom of data flows in a way in which you're not given free rein to China to dominate this very important arena. But with the IPEF, there's a bigger concern, and that is the notion that there's expectation that we can get countries, developing countries in Asia, to agree to binding labor standards without offering tangible market access benefits. So I would say, thinking of the challenges ahead for IPEF because of the concept, but also because of the presidential election next year, I think it would be very important not to lose this window of opportunity where Japan and South Korea have recently improved their relations, when China is trying to join CPTPP to make a really forceful push for membership.
Definitely, Korea should join the CPTPP before join the CPTPP.
Yeah, amazingly, we normalize everything with Japan. So I think our just open up all the dialogue channels. So I think probably we'll soon open the discussion.
Well, I trust him, so don't worry. Well, we want to have some time for discussion with the audience. So I want to ask, Professor Suzuki and Professor Lee, very short comment or questions.
Sure. So I'll just make a couple points. One of which is Mr. Park has mentioned about the role of IRA, the way in which that the United States is taking. Well, I would say it's protectionist measures and focusing on the domestic production is, I think that's one of the big problems. And I think these kind of domestic issue, as Mireya has mentioned, is perhaps the biggest hurdle to overcome for the further trilateral cooperation in terms of the supply chain and economic resilience and so on and so forth, and especially for the technological cooperation, because this subsidy-based industrial policy approach is not the economic security. Economic security is how to improve your resilience and how to avoid the foreign countries to push the foreign countries to impose the political will against you. But the IRA and the other, the protectionist measure is primarily for the political purposes of the domestic politics. So I think that as long as the United States take those measures, then it is very difficult for enhancing this trilateral cooperation on the resilience and the supply chain issues. On the other hand, I think for the Chips and Science Act, I do have certain positive side of this is to see the possibility of the diversification of the production side, because, for example, the most of the high-end chips and even the foundational chips are produced in Taiwan, and this is one of the concerns in Japan, that if there is a Taiwan contingency, then the supply of chips will be disrupted heavily, and this will, turn around the world economy, not just U.S. ROK Japan economy, but the entire economy will shift it. So I think the diversification is necessary, and to a certain extent, this subsidy-based approach is useful. But when it comes to these, beyond the diversification, particularly the IRA, heavily preferred investment, or the tax break for the American-based companies, is not really helping anything for the diversification.
Professor Lee.
Yes,
Be
very
brief,
brief.
yeah.
Yes, you also mentioned that we could also should speak about the impact of the trilateral cooperation on China.
China, yes.
Yes. And I just would like to mention something. I think there were reports or speculations that the trilateral cooperation between the three countries is bringing China, North Korea, and Russia together, that they're forming a front line to to deal with these three countries. But rather, I think that from China's perspective, they would not consider North Korea and Russia as a right partner to pursue what they want in terms of economic prosperity and economic growth, and their goals to become this great nation by 2030 and 2050. I don't think Russia and North Korea are the right partners to do that. So I think that is why, rather, that the trilateral cooperation has brought China out and has brought them to make efforts to engage more with the countries like U.S. and Korea, and to not be alienated from the rest of the world. And I think that the recent evidence is the U.S.-China summit, which happened just 2 days before, yesterday, 2 days before, right? And I think that it sends a signal not only to the world that China is also the U.S. is sending the signal that it is managing the relations with China, but China is also sending a message to the world that it is able to talk with U.S. as a tantamount country, and also it is sending a signal to their internal political constituent that that President Xi has his leadership alive. And so I think that in order for China to continue to try to make efforts to engage more, I think our trilateral needs to come up with concrete outcomes as soon as possible. And I think IPF is a very important aspect here, because China is trying to join the CPTPP, which actually it's not going to happen very fast, because U.S. is not obviously a member, and I think the U.S. leadership is very important in concluding any type of agreement, and U.S. is a member of the IPF, and so we only have one pillar to go.
Okay.
So I think it's very important that IPF negotiations come up with concrete outcomes.
Okay. Thank you very much. As I promised, I want to open the floor. Anybody who want to ask questions, raise your hand. Yes, the lady first, and then the gentleman. Yeah. Please identify who you are briefly.
Hello. I would like firstly to thank you all for the presentation. It was really nice. My name is Huchi. I am a master degree student from Hanguk-Ede, and I'll try to be brief in my question. So a lot was talked about economic security and the leadership role. And you can see China investing in Latin America and in Africa with 5G, the manufacturing of semiconductors. And I think Brazil, for example, is one example of that. So I guess my question is, there is any coordination towards supporting countries outside the Indo-Pacific, such as these regions mentioned, in order to expand the competitiveness and the leadership of both Korea and the United States in a technological framework to avoid the dependence of these countries in China? Thank you.
Thank you. And yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister Bark, for giving me the floor. And I must say, in the 3 years I've been serving here as ambassador of the Dominican Republic, I have yet to attend a most stimulating event such as this one. The 3 sessions have been fantastic, especially this one, which addresses a central concern for the Dominican Republic. We are proposing since April, a strategic alliance for economic security to the Republic of Korea, aimed precisely at the concerns raised by the distinguished lady who preceded me. We need to think that it is true coercion is a main incentive in thinking about economic security, but there is a wider concern arising from the disrupted supply chains that arose as a result of COVID. Okay, and the next pandemic cannot come without all of us being prepared for the disruption that will come inevitably. Okay, that means then that we need to address and resolve the issue of decentralization that Professor Suzuki has mentioned. It's true it's not the most efficient solution, but it has to be resilient. So we must find a way to reconcile efficiency with redundancy to achieve resiliency. And the way is to decentralize. What is happening is that we thought initially the issue was to decouple, and now they're thinking about de-risking. But clearly everything is going to the ASEAN group. And then the supply chains are relying more and more on Africa. And I wonder if the rule of law is an issue that can be very well regarded in certain places of the world, which is not the problem in Latin America. In Latin America, we're all committed to democratic values, we're all committed to human rights, we're committed to the rule of law. We have most of the proven reserves of critical minerals in the world, but we want them industrialized. We don't want to be exporters of raw materials. So this is the main concern we have, because we have to think about our own economic security. We are growing markets, our middle classes are growing. Therefore, these are natural markets for Japan, for Korea, and of course for the US. We are close to the US and close to Europe, and we have free trade with the US and Europe. Therefore, relocating and decentralizing into Latin America, and in particular the Dominican Republic, I think could be an interesting proposition. So we are thinking about a plural approach. We are talking about a selective approach. I think all these boxes are ticked when you think about Latin America. And yet, when it comes to Korea, only 4% of total trade between Korea is with Latin America. All right, so there's a huge potential there, and I look forward to having Secretary Wang coming to a launch of the GRULAC ambassadors very soon, so that we can follow up on these issues. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more questions to raise? I want to collect one more question. Yes, gentlemen.
Well, my name is Chun Bi-ho. I am Vice President of Korean Council on Foreign Relations. Well, my question is forwarding to Dr. Wang. Well, you mentioned about the economic security, particularly on the matter of the cooperation on possible emerging technology. Yeah. Well, the latest model on this kind of technology cooperation was the very initiative between the US and India, which has been taken on in April. Yeah. The question is, to what extent, compared to the initiative between India and the United States, to what extent do you expect that the cooperation between US and Korea could be realized and implemented? The second question is, well, it might be applicable to the very relations between the United States and Korea. However, do you expect that it would be applicable to trilateral dimension by US, Korea, and Japan? The other question is...
Okay, no, too many questions. Yeah. I mean, we have only a few minutes left. I'm very sorry. So we'll close the questions from the floor. I'll ask the panelists to address. First, Dr. Wang, be brief.
I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
Okay. So China's BRI, we know that what is the China's BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, and its President Xi's very important project, and it's reaching out to the many developing countries. But we also, the U.S., the Biden administration has a global partnership for infrastructure investment. It's a counterpart to the BRI, but it's not that much implemented. But so in the Camp David meeting, Korea's Exim Bank and U.S. DFC, Development Finance Corporation, and Japan's JBIC, the Bank for the International Cooperation, signed up the memorandum. It's not just the memorandum, it's going to push forward some development financing for the developing countries around the Latin American countries and the Southeast Asian countries. So these development financing corporations work together to identify what kind of the bankable and viable project will be in these regions. So we are seeking the very close cooperation on that matter. So I think that is my question on the China's initiative. And also, Professor Chang mentioned that the CET dialogue, and Korea and U.S. and Korea will launch the CET dialogue by the end of this year. But the U.S. already had the initiative with India, and very recently with Singapore. But each CET is different. In the case of CET with India, they are focusing on the possibility of a semiconductor and the bio issue. But with Singapore, U.S. focused on the AI issue. So they invited 1.5 track. They just invited the business person in the AI-related companies in Singapore. So now we are going to prepare the U.S.-Korea ROK-CET dialogue. Then we are also think about how to bring the Korean business person. So now we are just looking forward to many possibilities. So I would just please give me some advice. Then I will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Solis.
Just very briefly, I thought your question was really interesting, and my thoughts on this is that this trilateral partnership, the foundations are just being set, and I think that these three countries are still thinking about the frequency, the level of interaction, and the mechanism. So expanding it beyond very far away might be challenging in the beginning. And looking at the Phnom Penh Declaration, I think that mostly it's looking at the Indo-Pacific, and already to have these three countries share an understanding of the main regional challenges and how you think about addressing them, I think it's progress. But I like your level of ambition, and I think it will be very important, especially in the current context where there's so much divide in geopolitics. And the idea is, we use this term Global South, which is an unfortunate term because it covers so many different regions, but nevertheless there is the understanding that it's important to reach out with compelling engagement initiatives by region. We saw Japan just relaunch Prime Minister Kishida a few months ago. It's Free and Open Indo-Pacific initiative with a broader geographical reach. So how we build out this trilateral is very important. There is a memorandum of understanding on infrastructure finance, and that's significant. But it's hard sometimes for the actual implementing agencies to find bankable projects. There's another trilateral that's a precedent between Japan, Australia, and the United States. And in several years of operation, they've only been able to find two projects. They're important projects, but it's not like a very robust pace of activity. So these are the challenges, but I think that it could be like concentric circles, and you first get the foundation of a trilateral in place, and then you can think Indo-Pacific and broader outreach. And Asia and Latin America has been my lifelong mission, so I'm very happy to hear about the efforts for Panama to engage more deeply with South Korea. I'm sorry, Panama. Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right, briefly, just responding to the first question, I think one of the things that we need to be reminded of is that the Chinese BRI is changing. Yeah. Well, initially, there was a lot of money investing everywhere without asking any questions. Then Sri Lanka happens, the Kenya and Pakistan, and there are so many failed projects which doesn't really, there were infrastructure, but it wasn't really a useful infrastructure, which doesn't contribute to the productivity. So gradually, the strategy of BRI is changing, and it is more shifting towards the sort of a useful, making a more judgment of the usefulness of this investment. But the second thing that I want you to remind is that when we talk about 5G, it's not about the technical superiority or investment. It's just a market competitiveness. The Chinese products are cheap and good, and therefore it's much affordable for the many countries. So Japan is trying to compete with that by, to provide the high-quality infrastructure with the Japanese financial support. And that sort of a combination of the financial support and providing a high-quality infrastructure may not be suited for the developing countries, and that's the problem that we are struggling with. And probably in the future we may find with the trilateral cooperation to set up much more sort of a designed aid program to invest in the Latin America and African countries to make sure that we'll be able to compete with the BRI projects.
Okay. Professor Lee.
Yes, I'd just like to
30
mention,
seconds.
yes.
30 seconds.
If I may add as an answer to the first question, I think there is a limitation to the trilateral effort to provide third country investments in other regions. That is mainly perhaps one of the differentiating factors from China. The emphasis on environmental standards and labor standards and governance issues, I think, will be emphasized if the trilateral cooperation tries to make third country investments. But again, even if that's going into the right direction, I think it will be a differentiating factor, and it could be a less competitive factor compared to Chinese investments. Thank you.
Okay, time is up. I want to conclude the session, but I want to have two sentences. One for Ambassador from Dominican Republic. We are not having much interactions in terms of trade, but recent statistics at the WTO, the volume of trade is shrinking, but distance of trading is increasing, which means that to find a stable supply chain, supply sources, we are exporting into Latin America too, so it'll be much better in the future. And also one final argument, we talk about many things, but we also mention business people. But we want to hear how business people are thinking. I mean, we go to Abu Dhabi, business people are quick. They don't seem to be having any problem with this kind of thing because they know how to adjust, Yeah. So we have to be very careful to implement something clearly and fast, so that business people can enjoy and exploit more. Okay, with this, I want to conclude this session. I want to ask everybody to join me in thanking the panelists.
Thank you very much, our moderator and panelists, for your enthusiastic discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give them a big round of applause. With all of our moderators and panelists resounding insights shared throughout the day, it is now time to conclude the 2023 Seoul Diplomacy Forum. On behalf of KNDA, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for all of your attendances and avid participation with sharp questions today. I wish you all the best and hope to see you here again at the Seoul Diplomacy Forum. Thank you. 이것으로 2023 서울 외교 포럼을 마치겠습니다. 내년에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.